What's good, the peoples? How's everybody doing tonight? Give me a moment to get my Twitch chat on screen here. There you guys are. Oh, thanks for clicking the thing, user. The YouTube bot is not as sophisticated as the Twitch one I used to use, unfortunately. So, we should be able to complete this game tonight. We've looted everything in Eureka, so the next step is to loot everything out of the Crystal Tower. And looks like we're good on magic. So we need to loot everything out of the Crystal Tower, and then I don't want to use up any magic in here, I don't think. We should auto-battle all this with these commands and probably be okay. But yeah, with the money and loot we get out of the Crystal Tower, we can go back into Eureka and buy a bunch of shurikens. Which is what we'll use to complete the game, basically. As well as get some levels for our Nanjas. It's upsetting that the Omni Rod doesn't cast anything. It really should cast something, I think. And after this, the great adventure of Hubert comes to a close. One of my chats is lagging. So I watched on Twitch, I watched a guy last night. I don't remember the guy's channel, otherwise I'd name drop him, but was doing basically a Fiesta run. And I watched him beat Garuda with 2 red mages and a ranger and a Viking. So Garuda is at least possible under like Fiesta style rules, but it really is going to come down to Cloud of Darkness. Like, so Cloud of Darkness is the final boss of this game, and in the Famicom version, all she does is use this particle beam attack just over and over and over. It's her only command, and it's good for like 1,500 damage on the whole party. The whole fight is just how long can you survive this one attack. Like, we're going to go in with 2 sages, and we're probably going to have to chain cast Kiraja every round. My second sage will probably have a couple of rounds here and there to do something else. But if the particle beams come out of phase with your healing, you need a backup sage who can cast Arise and then use elixirs on themselves, because they're going to burn through all of their level 7 and level 8 spell charges pretty quickly. So that throws a real damper in some parties in this game, because not every party has the healing required to stand up against Particle Beam. And if you don't, then you're done. That's it. Your only other option is to just level up until you have enough health to survive the onslaught of Particle Beams. And even then, it would probably take an ungodly amount of elixirs. I need Hubert to do something more useful, I think. thought I had a rune staff. Oh, I sold my rune staff, didn't I? Oh, maybe I didn't buy it. Well, whatever. We can just have him casting spells. I don't think the level cap in this game is 50. No, I don't think that's the case. Claire and Glitz can take turns with that Drain Spear if they need to heal. I suppose. Why is Steam giving me errors? Go away, Steam. Nobody likes your style. Block. Don't worry, guys. We found the block. There's so many just spellcasting items in the back half of this game. Rinsler, thank you for the $5 Kuko chat. This is the Final Fantasy III Pixel Remaster. They remastered all the pixels. All of your favorite pixels have been remastered. There's a hole I have to walk through in one of these walls. Oh, there's right here. Okay, I see it. I almost read that as Gremory. They've been remastered again. They remastered all the pixels, but then they're like, the pixels haven't been remastered enough. So they took all the pixels back out and then remastered them again. I'd rather you have a Protect Ring, I think. Yeah, resistance to magic. Oh, this guy. The Koom Koom. He's back. He does awful stuff to us if we're not on point. Everybody's punching Loris. What's up? Everybody's punching Loris. They're definitely not crap. I love these remasters so far. They're getting a bad rap right now from people who either don't like the sprites or who don't like that the game isn't on the Switch. Close your eyes and listen to the soundtrack. That's my recommendation. Also, this is the only 2D version of Final Fantasy III that you can play. So, well, that you can buy. I guess you can play any version you want. I forgot Hubert has all the healing, or all the summon magic. They lack the bonus content that was in the advanced version of the game, so that's a deal breaker. But right now, it does seem like the main point of contention with people that are critical of the games are that they don't like the sprites, or they want it to be released on Switch or PS4, and they're not yet. Like, last I checked, the Switch crowd was, like, review bombing the games on Steam. We played Final Fantasy 1, and it was excellent. Like, I really enjoyed Final Fantasy 1. They made some, like, strange gameplay changes that weren't bad. They just surprised me, because I've never seen a version of Final Fantasy 1 with those changes before. Changes to things like spiked squares and random encounter tables and things that I doubt most players would even notice. But I noticed. 'Cause I'm not most players. I think the sprites in these remasters, whether you like them or not, I think they unquestionably look better than the ones in the previous 5 and 6 release on Steam. We just fought this guy as a monster box, and now we're fighting 3 of them together. I think a Leviath is probably in the cards here. And a Kiraga. It doesn't feel like Ninja and Sage were nerfed to me. I think Sage probably has fewer spellcasting charges than the Devout or the Magus. But the classes feel strong to me. They didn't really nerf Ninja and Sage in the 3D version so much as they made the other classes more viable. Hubert could just have cool shades. I'm okay with this. I'd rather go with 2 Sages because I just want both of my spellcasters to have a good mix of black and white magic right now. All ninjas are red. They're just red ninja boys. Alright, where's the next... Okay, gotta go around the side, through the cracked wall to get to the next boxes. They remove the instant game over. It just stuns you and throws you back a square. If you try to walk through the statues, or if you try to walk through the bottomless bog, it doesn't give you a game over. It just throws you back a square, which is fine. Like, that's probably what it should do, but this looks like a big guy. I'm gonna throw Uzaga and not Thundaga because it shares a Kiraga. I don't want to use that up. Hitra, why not? They should just have removed monster closets. They should have been like, why do we need these? Like, whatever design decision went into removing capacity points from Final Fantasy III should have also removed monster closets from Final Fantasy II. Somebody asked, like, why do we want these in our game? And the answer should have been, oh, I guess we don't. Weird. I thought he survived one more round. So we should see here whether the one item we missed in... I forget where it was now, but if it's going to be a deal breaker for us. In the 3D version, we're going to get magic refills in the final area of the game. In this version, we might have to rely on our elixirs, and we only have 20. 21. I see, we're just going up and around here. Ow! Oh, he's confused. That's not good. You know what? We're not going to play with this guy then. See ya. Unless one of these pools is randomly a healing pool, but it didn't seem like the case. You know, let's just burn this guy down. Screw him. He's gone. I'm pretty sure the instant game overs are in the 3D version as well. Oh, there's a second Elder Staff? Really? Just laying around? Okay. We had to fight a terrible monster to get that thing, but now it's just ours. So now I can do stuff like this. Cum-Cums. I don't want these Cum-Cums to survive one round. They start doing bad stuff to you. Yeah, we're in the home stretch, but we're not close to done. Right now we're looting this final dungeon. After we loot the final dungeon, we're going to escape out, go back through Eureka, spend all of our money and stuff on shurikens, and then we'll be ready to come back through the dungeon again, and then do the actual final dungeon. So just the one box here, and then I'm going through the walls. Arsham, thank you for the Kupo chats. Do I know where... Is this a bad joke, or are you getting philosophical on me? Either way, I appreciate it. I'm rereading the Dance with Dragons right now, so to my ears it sounds like a sanitized version of Tyrion Lannister's mantra in that book. Where do whores go? Probably not the same place as rainbows, I would suspect. They go to Prism? Oh, was that joke worth $20? I mean, it was, obviously. To you, at least. I'm expecting Cloud of Darkness to only spam... It probably won't be called Flare Wave in this version. I expect it'll be called Particle Beam. But... yeah, that's all she does in the 2D version of this game. She just uses that Particle Beam over and over and over. Oh my god, Narisha. With the puns in the Kupo chats. Why are you doing this to us? What have we done to you that we deserve this? Actually, I can get rid of my Blood Lance now. Narisham, thank you for the Kupo chats. He goes on my Discord and just drops these puns for free. Like, I don't know what he's getting out of the whole paying me to tell me puns part of the transaction, because he goes on my Discord and does this all the time for free. So... It's throwing me off my whole rhythm now. I don't know what to do from here. Like, I think I was talking about Final Fantasy III at some point, and then the puns started, and now... but no, gameplay-wise, I've been really enjoying the remasters a lot. In fact, I wasn't going to play Final Fantasy III immediately. I was going to do another run of Final Fantasy I with a different party. But... one of the things you can do, you can go to the main menu and you can listen to the music from the game. They just have like a music player, and the music from the 3 remake, just listen to the battle song, is so good. I'm like, oh yeah, I have to play it right now. I can't wait. McLean, all you have to do to get rid of the Kupo chats is, like, you have the power to do it. Anybody can get rid of the Kupo chats just by giving me money. That's why they're there. Me and Narishim are conspiring against you all. I'm like, dude, you put up some terrible puns. And then the rest of us, they'll have to either read it or pay to make it go away. Either way, I win, so... actually, my ninjas were pretty much one-shotting these guys, so as long as we keep on top of the healing, we'll be alright. If I have 3 of them or more, then I need to bust out a big spell against the Kumkums. I can take the Blood Lance off now. I don't need it for this fight. I do admit I was concerned, like a lot of people were when they first revealed it, because my initial reaction, the reveal trailer was terrible. Can we all just admit that? Like, just from a marketing perspective, I understand why they went with, oh, let's just show the sprites in isolation on a blank white background, because we're calling these the pixel remasters, and the character sprites are the most noticeable and most connected pixel art to the individual players. But by showing the sprites out of the context of the game, just on the white background, it was really easy for people to go into the video, take screenshots, and then put the sprites directly next to like the pixel perfect sprites people would grab out of sprite sheets from the SNES and Game Boy versions of these games, and then make comparisons on that. And when those comparisons came out, a lot of people thought they looked really ugly. But so I think that trailer was just terrible marketing. They should have just showed like good footage, gameplay footage from all of the games, even just the first 3, if that's what they were just planning to release at the time. Because, yeah, my first reaction, I looked at the sprites and I was like, I don't like these. Because, and then I thought about it, and it's like, well, it's probably just because I have such a strong, just emotional connection to the sprites in the old games, which is true, I do, especially for 5 and 6, which aren't going to get a big graphical overhaul in the Pixel Remasters, let's be honest. There's not a lot you can do to make those games look nicer than they already look if you're committed to this kind of 16-bit style. But when I took the pixels, the sprites myself and did my own comparison in Photoshop, I saw that some of the sprites I didn't like as much, but some of them I actually did like quite a bit. The one that I see float around a lot is a comparison between Locke from the SNES Final Fantasy VI and then Locke from the Pixel Remaster, and I prefer the Pixel Remaster version. I think it looks nicer. It's less contrasty, and it looks like the colors are washed out, but that'll be nice against the actual graphics of the game. But mostly, I think his sprite just reads better. It's easier to tell like what he's supposed to be wearing and what he's supposed to look like in the Pixel Remaster, I think. And then, of course, once I started playing Final Fantasy I and Final Fantasy III, I fell in love with the sprites of these games. I love that we have sprites that are based on the Famicom versions of the games, whereas Dawn of Souls redrew the character sprites, but did it like based on modern interpretations of the Final Fantasy I jobs. Like the thief in that game looks like the Final Fantasy III or Final Fantasy V thief instead of the Final Fantasy I thief. I can't continue until I see the answer to Narishim's joke. Narishim, what did the first ninja ask the second ninja when he asked for some throwing stars? I would probably just go with Flare here. So these dragons have super rare drops, like they can drop onion equipments. which is for the games like base class, which is the Onion Knights. Who has more level 8s? You do a Kiraga, and you do another Flare. You know what? Nobody do another Flare. Actually. Narishim, why are you like this? I guess we did deserve that one, because shurikens are going to be a main aspect of this stream. A lot of what we're doing right now is just going forth and getting shurikens. They do seem to have quite a lot of health, don't they? Like, we're not denting them with these Aga spells, are we? We will be doing onion gear grinding when I do a run of this game for the almost perfect save, which I will probably do on this version. But not this playthrough. It's not a typo on Bahamut. In Final Fantasy III, none of the spell names for the summons are not just the name of the summon itself. Because each summon in this game has 3 different effects. You don't have Kira. I want to put a Kira on Hubert. So instead of Chocobo, it's called Escape. Shiva is called Ison, and each of them have like a name that only exists in this game. Because each summon has like a white magic effect, a black magic effect, and then like a super version. And the reason for that is there's 3 summoner classes. First, you get this Evoker. This Evoker, whenever he casts a summon spell, it's a 50-50 shot of getting the white magic effect or the black magic effect. For example, Ifrit, white magic effect heals the party, and the black magic effect is like a fire attack against one monster. And it's random which one you get. Then later you unlock Summoner, which always casts a 3rd super powerful version of the summon, which are what you're probably more used to from Final Fantasy IV or V. Like summon Ifrit, and it does a fire attack against all monsters. The Sage can use any spell in the game and always gets the Summoner version of Summon Magic. And I believe that's a full explanation of how Summon Magic works. Some of the white magic effects are good, like Odin's white magic effect puts Reflect on your party, Ifrit's white magic effect heals you. The problem with Evoker that I was having is I don't like random classes. I don't like having to roll a die to get an effect. I kept wanting one effect and getting the other whenever I tried to use Evoker. Welcome to my Japanese listener. I apologize, I have no metric by which to read your name, but we appreciate you here. Is that all the treasures? Yes. Okay, so the next floor is the point of no return. At the next floor, so we're going to go full ham sandwich against this boss. There's a couple of dungeons, like probably the Amur Sewers and Goldor's Mansion, where you can probably get some good use out of Evoker if you... Wait, no you can't, because you can't have the Evoker magic before then. Unless you can buy the Evoker spells in Amur, and I don't think you can. like, if you could get Evoker magic... Like, you know what? Evoker should have been available from the Fire Crystal. And then you can buy, like, up to level 5 summon magic on the Floating Continent. Because there's some, like, the last dungeon of the Floating Continent and the first couple dungeons of Big Boy Worlds. I think Evoker would be really nice, but... yeah, you just otherwise get it too late. I don't know enough about how stat gains actually work in this game. You can look at my HP here and see that Claire, my top ninja, was a black belt for much of the second half of the game, and that's why he's got this outrageous... hit point total. See, Blizzaga looks like a red... It's a red dragon, so maybe ice will hit it. I've only ever farmed for onion equipment in the 3D version. On the DS, like the original 3D version. I'm out of flare, so... I don't need a Kiraja. We just need to put some damage on it. Actually, Claire was never my monk. Claire started the game as my fighter, and then went to knight, and then went to black belt. Glitz was my monk originally, and then went to thief. I want this fight to be over. I'm gonna teleport out of the dungeon after this fight. Like, this is the last fight. I'm gonna punch him. So if the stats are like hard-coded by job, then it would be more like Final Fantasy V. Like, you don't get stats that level up in Final Fantasy V dependent on what job you have. I don't think. I think there's some variance in stats because the characters themselves have a slight variance in their stats. Not of the only spell worth casting. It's too bad. And I'm assuming Odin will not work here. I was assuming this red dragon was going to take me apart, to be honest, so I've got that going for me. Like, I was really assuming I would be dead by now. So we lasted long enough. And they're dropping elixirs, not onion swords, but you know what? Right now, I think I'd rather have the elixirs. How many elixirs do I have? I have 25 elixirs, so I could safely use 2 elixirs after every boss in the final dungeon and still be okay. And have some left over for the final fight. I did not get an achievement for getting all the chests. And I think I know why. There's no tents or anything either. So in the first world, in a location you can't revisit, in the tree dungeon, it said I missed an item, and I assumed it was going to be a key item given to me by an NPC at the end of the dungeon. Then that didn't happen, and I can't go back there. So I think I've literally missed one item in this entire game that I'm going to have to get on replay. Do the Dark Crystals give you a they do in the 3D version, but I wasn't sure about the Famicom version. That's good to know. Actually, I can just go straight to Eureka then. I don't need to go back for anything. Because I can get a recharge in Eureka, then teleport out. Oh, the 4 chests in the Dark World. Yeah, you're right. No, I haven't gotten all the chests yet. I do suspect that there is one missing item in the Elder Tree, though. So we have completed 3 of the 4 final dungeons of this game now. And we're going to take this 1 million gil back into Eureka and buy as many shurikens as I can get. I've been told that in the 3D version, the Elder Staff casts Cura and not Cure. Which would be more helpful. Just checking to see if we got all the chests out of here. Looks like we did. Oh, that's the wrong way. I'm also looking forward to the Cloud of Darkness battle music. I listened to it in the music player, and it's awesome. Just awesome. Narishim, that wasn't even a pun. Are you out of puns? Has it finally happened? I played Final Fantasy II to completion like 4 times across 3 different versions of the game, and I couldn't tell you what anything in that game is worth spending money on. I don't know what gold is even for in that game. Maybe mithril equipment once you can upgrade, maybe. Eureka feels really easy now. Just taking this equipment in from the start. Narishim, did you put yourself in crippling debt by Kupo chatting? Did you Kupo chat your way into the poorhouse? That's dedication, my friend. Oh, we gotta go around to the left here, I believe. I guess, yeah, you could just buy elixirs in Final Fantasy 2. They sell them in, like, every shop. And you don't have to equip them to use them in battle anymore, so they're more useful. You can sell me 21 shurikens. Thank you. So I want to sell off anything and then buy more. Probably I couldn't afford another one, even if I sold off what I have. Oh, this crystal stuff, actually. Can I get one more? I need two more. Glorious. All right. So 28 shurikens, and I've got to push through 9 boss fights. 4 of them are against Zandy clones. No, 10 boss fights, because I gotta fight Zandy himself first. I think we just go with hasted attacks against most of the bosses, and then save the shurikens for the Dark Crystals and Cloud of Darkness. Like, the Omni Rod should cast Drain, I think. I think Drain would be a good one to put on just a use item for, like, endgame equipment in this game. Wait, am I going around the right way? Through the wall over here. That was some damage. This fight just suddenly got lousy. It's probably worth using big spell charges here. You know what? Go big or go home, right? We've got plenty of elixirs. So Meteor and Bahamut are like really good spells, and the weakness of the Sage is that they get fewer charges of them than the dedicated mage classes. The Magus can only use black magic, but gets a lot more level 8 slots to play with. Same thing with the Summoner. Can cast Bahamut a lot more. I love this in-game map. I don't have to just... I won't... Not in any danger of wandering through dead ends. Can plan my whole route before I start moving. I need to swap Hubert's weapons around so Elder Staff is in that first slot. Ambushed. I don't think I want to play with these guys either, honestly. Swap that staff or that lance over now. I don't know why I'm walking so far afield here. I just see a big open space and I'm like, I can walk diagonally. I should do it. That movie's actually getting good reviews, which it surprises me, but I've seen some people that are usually very highly critical of the live-action Disney films say it's pretty good. So maybe I'll watch it. Might be a good Sunday night movie. Anytime I respond to something like that in chat, I'm like, should I say what movie they're talking about in chat? Like, so if somebody's watching, like, the archive of this in 2026 or whatever, they'll know what movie I'm discussing. But you know what? I think it's more fun if we just leave it a mystery. So those mysterious future people will not know what movie we're talking about. They're going to be like, what is he talking? Legally Blonde 4? Is that what he's talking about? This floor, right, down, then up. I can get rid of that lance now. Actually, to swap the lance... I don't need to swap the lance over, so I can get rid of it. Don't need any... Oh, they're both blind. Gross. I use Ninja in the 3D version, but not Sage. I find it much more helpful to have way more spell charges on a Devout than on a Sage. I don't use Black Magic at the end of 3D at all. I want to say my party at the end of my most recent 3D playthrough was... What did I have? I had one Ninja, a Black Belt, a Dark Knight, and a Devout, I think is what I did. Dark Knight? Yeah, Dark Knight, I want to say. Bard is excellent in the 3D version, but I've never gotten Bard to do anything useful in the Famicom version. Geomancer I've tried a little bit in this version, and Geomancer I quite like. And we haven't done Bard at all on this playthrough. So I had somebody tell me about a strange... They had a bug with the Bard in that... The Bard would, like, forget songs that he had learned at level up. Which sounds to me like a weird bug in the game. But in the 3D version, you can take Bard all the way to the end of the game. You do not need this anymore. Yeah, I didn't see Geomancer backfire once. I think they removed the backfire from the 3D version, but the class still wasn't very good, as far as I could tell. But the Famicom version, it's like... The backfire on the Geomancer was too much. Like, randomly hurting your own party as swingy as combat in this game can go is just never a good risk. You're always better off, like that character slot would be better off on just a knight that can just do a regular attack against one target than risk the backfire to your party. But we used Geomancer for a little while in this run and we didn't see any backfires at all. This remaster does feel like an amalgamation of the classes from the Famicom version and the 3D version. Like, some classes in the Famicom version had low-level white magic, with, I think, Knights and Dark Knights, and Scholars could use low-level magic, like level 1 to maybe 3 or 4, like enough to use some Cure and Cura spells, basically. But they added that, they removed some of that in the 3D version, and in this version, none of them can use magic. So it's a weird, like, amalgamation of the two remakes. Solitaire's like, oh, Glassly, you're Labolas. I could apologize for that, but I won't. This game, I have a strange relationship with this game because it's a very old game. It came out in 1990, but of course, it wasn't released in North America. We didn't have it. So, like, the release schedule in North America, because we have a Japanese viewer, maybe he doesn't know. 1990, we got Final Fantasy 1. And then, I think, 92, we had Final Fantasy 4, and we'd skipped the ones in between. And then a few years later, we got Final Fantasy 6, and again, we skipped the ones in between. So I had to go back and play 3 and 5 as an adult, or in high school I played them. I should have actually used elixirs on my sages, because we're about to fight a big boss here. Ah, the Curse of the Five Worms. I like the big dragon statues now. Those are neat looking. Whoops, we looked in the mirror. Famous red mages. Not like the traditional, like, wide-brimmed hat red mage, no. Tella and Fuzuya are both red mages, technically. Well, of certain stripes. Freya kind of dresses like a red mage, a little bit. So Doga's dead, but he's still going to help us here. I love the characters they chose for, like, the souls of pure light that's going to counteract this. So Doga goes out into the world to seek out 5 pure spirits. And of course he finds Princess Sarah from the very beginning of the game. And she's like, I've been in this tower for 30 hours and they never came to visit me once. And of course we get Sid. Maybe Final Fantasy XI has like a major NPC that's a red mage. And then he goes to the tower where Desh jumped into the furnace like, oh, I guess he's dead. But no, Desh has just been down in the furnace for the entire game. Just hanging out, repairing the furnace from the inside. So Desh is alive. Woo, we learn. And then he gets the king, the boy king. Kind of unceremoniously. And then for the 5th pure soul, like whose lives we touched, he goes and gets one of the fellas. Why not just start here and bring all 4 of the fellas, right? You could have saved yourself 3 trips. Both Final Fantasy 1 and 3 have spell charges instead of magic points. Which gives the game a much different flavor with spellcasting classes than the Dawn of Souls remake did. Alright, so our 5... I guess, like, between the 4 fellas, like, they have 1 pure soul. And that's what the scene is supposed to be conveying here. And now we go into the Dark World. This is the point of no return. We can't leave from this point. And we can't teleport away. So this is it. At this point in the game, so if you're playing this on the Famicom, there's no save points, there's no... like, we've got a quick save we can use here. There's none of that. You've got to sit here and play from this point to the end. With no run button and slower battles. And it's just boss after boss after boss after boss. And it's a nail biter all the way through. This friggin' guy. Yeah, we did have a red mage in that cheer picture, didn't we? So yeah, there you go. There's a named red mage in Final Fantasy XI. The first time I played Final Fantasy III, I played it on emulator. I was in high school at the time. And I used save states in the final dungeon, honestly. I've played it legitimately since. In fact, I've done it on stream. There were witnesses. But yeah, it's a bastard of a dungeon. Like, even Final Fantasy IV tries to have this enormous dungeon, but it's not nearly as tense. It's nowhere near as stressful because you can just save at any time in the dungeon. You always have a save point you're working from. No more flares. Alright, quick. Again, it's not to everybody's taste, but having just the real bitch of the dungeon at the end of the game where you can't save, and it's just this huge boss gauntlet against really tough bosses, and you can't, there's no safety net. You can't just leave whenever you want and go get a, like, recharge and then come back. And it's that sense of not having a safety net that gives this dungeon a feel that no other dungeon in the series has. So I appreciate it for that, even though I also recognize that from an objective standpoint, it's better to have the save points in the dungeon, so you don't have players just chewing all of their nails off. I feel like my haste wore off. It did. That's right, I highlighted that, didn't I? Because I was playing a translated ROM, and at the end of the game, the translation just, like, ran out. And I tried to just read the text, and I died, and now I'm dead. This game especially is much easier in the pick. This is much easier than either other version of the game. Because the 3D version of this game is available on Steam, and it's excellent, and it's very different. It's so different that I would consider it like a different game, rather than just a remake of the same game. But it's also much tougher than this. This is the easiest version of this game by far that I've played. There's an unreleased, like, Wonder Swan color version that I haven't played and I'm never going to. All will become nothing. Alright, first battle against the Cloud of Darkness. We are supposed to lose this fight. We cannot win this. So... Particle Beam! That is a cool sound effect. My goodness. So get used to that animation. That's going to happen to us a lot. And here come the 5 pure souls who are going to rejuvenate us. Hubert! So really the 7 pure souls, because Doga and Une are with us as well. You make a lot of friends in this game. Everybody's your friend. And I know if you're trying to read the text, it's frustrating, but I've read this text so many times, I'm just kind of skimming it. The two souls dispersed. They're gone forever. I think I would have loved having the final dungeon in its original state if I had had this game as a kid. Like if I could play, the game would have been released, I would have been 10 years old or something. I think I would have loved having the dungeon in that state. We would have spent months trying to conquer it. Just want to listen to this song for a second. Final Fantasy III has maybe the best 8-bit chiptune music ever. If you've never heard the Famicom version of the soundtrack and you appreciate chiptune music, it's really good. This is a really good version of this song. The 3D version of this song is almost a little too like upbeat and jazzed. This is a little more reserved and serene, which I think cleaves closer to like the original intention of the song. I like it. Oh, we can check here. 4 chests in the world of darkness. So, yeah, 4 dungeons. Ancient Maze, Crystal Tower, World of Darkness, and Eureka all together up here. So the big prize in here is we're going to get ribbons. Actually, we can go real hard on magic if we get refills through here. I don't think we're going to have to, but we could. I hope I don't run out of antidotes. Running out of antidotes is a real possibility here. Oh, that's not good. That's very not good. We can pull it back, though. We'll be fine. Oh, I don't want to cast Flare on my own guy. I want to cast Kiraja on my own guys. So Particle Beam is going to do like 1,400 damage or so. And I can Kiraja for about 1,000. That gives you an idea of how the healing is going to play out in this upcoming final boss fight. We do start getting ribbons. Oh, we're going to be protected against poison from now on. Okay, we're fine. We should be fine. Oh, wrong way. Actually, I gotta do big heals here. We gotta do big boy heals. You know what? Why am I trying to preserve resources? We're gonna get a refill up here. We'll just do double Kiraga. That should do it. So this is why I think Fiesta runs of Final Fantasy III. Because you get to this part in the game and it really is just how much curing do you have? How much healing can you do? And most Fiesta parties in this game would be like, elixirs? We can use elixirs as good as anybody can, boss. I mean, anything is possible because you can level up. Like, we're only level 40-something. If you come in here at level 60, 70, or whatever, like, for sure, you could beat the game with whatever party you want. But ninjas are the only ones that can put out, like, stupid damage without lots of grinding. And sages and devouts are the only ones that can cast Kiraja every round without running out of magic points. Okay, so there's 4 fiends in Final Fantasy III. They're all in the final dungeon. We're going to start with Cerberus. I'm happy to use 2 shurikens on each of these boss, I want to say. And then we'll attack from there. That's a big variance in damage there, actually. Is the actual level cap is 50? Ooh. Then... Because, yeah, we're pretty close to that level cap. If the level cap is 50, which I didn't think it was. See, I think it has one of the strongest endgames, just because it's so relentless. It just pushes absolutely everything at you. Every other Final Fantasy endgame, like, it feels like the ending is, like, end dungeons and the end boss rush, it's like pulling their punches. To the point where it's almost, it kind of becomes a meme. Like, yeah, Kefka and Sephiroth are these big, epic fights, but usually, even just a casual player gets to that point in the game and the fights are just over very quickly. I don't want to use my last 8 charge here because we might need a rise. Level cap is not 50. Okay, I'm gonna need you two to each draw pixels or pistols and walk 10 paces. And whichever one survives the duel, that's who will believe about the level cap in this game. How does that sound? That's reasonable, right? I do find it funny that, like, general consciousness of like what strategies are good in these games, because the general consensus in Final Fantasy 1 is that you need a white mage in the game, because that's the only person that can really heal, which isn't true at all. Like, you don't need a white mage, except for the chaos fight in the remaster, maybe. But then the consensus for this game is like, oh, it sucks that you need a healer at the very end. I wish I could use whatever party I wanted. Which, again, isn't true at all. You really do need someone spamming Kiraja constantly to get through these boss gauntlets at the end. It's weird how, like, one of those things have become just accepted truth, and the other one is seen as criticism of the games, when the two games are really very similar to each other. I don't want to use my last flare. Oh, I can have some of these, though. It's not as good as casting it, though. Probably just need some more haste. There it is. I was looking right at it. My pointer is literally right on top of it, and I couldn't find it. There's an achievement for getting to 50 in job level, but that's not the cap. I've gotten the achievement for getting job level to 50. Hubert is a level 50 black mage. Oh, look at that sexy, sexy crystal. Hook me up, fam. So, like 1,000 years ago, whatever, the polarity between light and darkness was flipped. And light was threatening to engulf the universe, and the warriors of dark had to step forward and save the universe. And now the exact opposite is happening. And we're trying to do the same thing they did, but from the other direction. We got to put the universe, like, back in balance. And there's our full heal. Oh, it's a full heal. That's a big boy heal. That's a great stonkin' chunkus heal. Yeah, we can try to mop this up quickly. Devout has a lot more spell slots. So Devout is perfectly good at the end of the game if you just want someone spamming Kiraja. I'm using Sages because I like them casting Black Magic as well. It's on their off turns, when they don't have to heal, they can cast Flare or something. You know what, I'm just gonna... We're not gonna get through all these Kiragas, so I might as well just use them up. Final Fantasy XIV has every storyline from every Final Fantasy game, I think. I think they've gotten around to all of them by now. And then when I don't need to heal, I'll just throw out the Elder Staff just to mop up the bits and pieces. All right. Oh, you can see which one we have to go through, I think. Or maybe not. I want to say far left. We'll try far left first. Once we step into one of the passages, we'll see where they are. So the Great Crystal in 12 was the Sun Crest. Well, no, there's a Great Crystal, which is a location you can go to, and it's actually like a planet-sized crystal that you run around on for hours looking for the Ultima spell. Or the Ultima Esper, rather. But the crystals were used by the Okiria, which are like these godlike beings who kind of have planned out the destiny of mankind on the planet. And the crystal was used in guidance of that. And certain humans were chosen by them to be granted pieces of the crest in order to assert their will on Earth. This is why Wraithwall did this, the great warlord who, from like 1,000 years ago or whatever, was granted a sword, which he took to the crystal to cut off a piece, and that's where he gets Magicite from. Alright, so we want to go left and then middle. I don't even think Sage is very good in the 3D version, honestly. Because we have more spell charges here than a Sage in 3D would. It's, like, really noticeable. I also think the Magus and Devout in 3D had fewer spell charges at lower levels to compensate, so they couldn't just chain cast Cure forever. They also probably didn't need to though, like because they have so much Curaga and stuff. It's not a big deal, and black mages don't really want to cast super low level magic anyway. Is it 4 level 8 charges? Level 7 charges are the really useful ones, because that's where Curaja lives. But yeah, it's just not enough. I mean, you could just use elixirs, but it's like even using the elixir is not a big deal, but it's a big deal that you're using the turn to use an elixir. Like, that's the limiting factor in some of those final battles in the 3D version. Like, do I have a turn to use an elixir here, or am I going to get destroyed by Particle Beam again? I think basically any party, as long as they have access to Curaja, will succeed in the 3D version. I'm not so sure about this version. Like, I don't know why you want to go back to, like, Warrior or Monk in this version after unlocking Knights. Whereas in the 3D version, ostensibly, there are reasons to use every job. Does haste affect shurikens? Let's actually throw shurikens on the second round and see if haste affects it. I don't think so. That still took a large variance. 10 level 7 charges is not enough if you need to chain cast Curaja. So yeah, for that reason alone, I wouldn't use a Sage in the 3D version. The 3D Ninja was good because throw is still good. 3D Ninja is very good. Let's do 2 Kirages here just to be safe. So sometimes you don't need 2 Kirages to get the healing, it's just you need to put out 2 Kirages just as insurance against whatever attack the boss is going to do this turn. Like, to me, this feels like an appropriate amount of level 7 and 8 charges for the Sage to have for this end game. This feels comfortable to me, especially getting a full heal after each Dark Crystal. We are silenced, boys. Life is not good at the moment. I'm going to play this super safe and put a Kiraja out. Level 99 Thief will hit harder than a low-level Ninja for sure. I mean, because a Thief can attack and hit 9999 damage, but not against the final dungeons. Not against these final bosses. The real proof of this boss was in Final Fantasy I in Dawn of Souls. I remember Echidna just being hit because he wanted to fight in the Earth Gift Shrine. It's this short little bonus dungeon after defeating Lich, and you can get some good stuff out of there. But at the end, you had to fight one of the 4 bosses from Final Fantasy III, and they're extremely difficult. And he, like, having Flare thrown at you in Final Fantasy I after you've killed 1 fiend. The Two-Headed Dragon is the only boss I think you can really beat in Final Fantasy I, early in the game anyway. I'm going to double Kiraja here, because I want to make sure that I survive. And I did not. Oh, Hubert got screwed out of experience. But it's okay, because we're about to get the big Chungus heal. So the Two-Headed Dragon you could beat in Dawn of Souls because it only attacks, and that's it. All it has is a physical attack. So you could use like Protect and Invisibility spells, and then it was just a matter of surviving the boss. But not all parties had access to those spells at that point in the game. The other 3 bosses you just had to come back later. So usually I would not open the 4th ribbon chest, because you do get a ribbon earlier in the game. So you really get 5 if you get all 4 chests. But I need to get the achievement for opening all the chests, or else I will go into a coma. I need to go up and around first. Why does your crippling choice paralysis hamper your ability to play Final Fantasy V, but not Final Fantasy VI? Because you've never expressed any difficulty playing 6, as far as I'm aware, even though, like, oh man, I'm 14 characters and I can only pick 4, what do I do? Oh, I should have healed up here. Oh well. I'm sure some of these nerds want to see me go into a coma. They're like, that'd be fun. Spricko's playing the game and then just suddenly... for like 7 hours. Or however long it takes my wife to come in and wheel my fat ass out to the hospital. Final Fantasy VI has at least 14 jobs to worry about. Each character is its own different job. And then you gotta pick what espers to give them so they learn what magic. And then you gotta pick the relics out from like the big pool of relics. I've only played one Fire Emblem game. I played the remake, it wasn't even a remake, it was just a release of the original Fire Emblem on the Switch. I've been curious about that game for years, and the first time I looked it up, there wasn't like a decent, you know what, I don't really want to use more flair on this guy, because I know he's about to die. Throw out Faraga, why not? But yeah, years ago when I looked it up, there wasn't like a good fan translation yet. And then somebody gave me a fan translation years later when I mentioned on stream, like, oh yeah, it's been translated now. You can totally play it. But by that time, like 2 weeks after that, they announced the Switch version. So already we're seeing pixel swaps of Cerberus, who was our boss just a minute ago. Well, all five of the characters in Final Fantasy V are generic adventurers. So, who like to dress up. It fits their personalities perfectly. And one of them has a beard. And one of them doesn't brush her hair. Ahriman. Not hyper. Nope, I'm not playing another Fire Emblem game. I have played the only Fire Emblem game I'm ever going to play. Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light. That's the only one I was interested in playing, and I have now played it. And I am extremely satisfied with having played it. And someday I might play it again, but... nope. No interest in going further with the series. So my history with Fire Emblem, like everybody in North America, was I bought Smash Brothers and I'm like, who's this guy? And I assumed at the time that like he was from some new game that was coming out. And then when I looked it up, like, oh, he's from a series that's been out since 1990. That's weird. That they just never localized. I wonder if somebody has translated the ROM. And nobody had translated the ROM. Like there were dumps of the ROM, but they were all in Japanese, so I couldn't play them. So I'm like, oh, well, someday they'll translate it. And then I'll play it, and then I didn't. And then it came out on Switch, and I played it there. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I liked the game a lot, but I liked it as, like, the part of me that enjoys what 8-bit video games felt like in the late 80s and 90s, like early 90s. That part of me really enjoyed Fire Emblem when I played it. But I don't think I would have the patience to play through like a modern Fire. I've seen them, I've watched people play them, I know what they entail, and not really interested. This guy is Faragaing me to death. If they release one of the Super Nintendo ones, one of the 16-bit Fire Emblems, like on the Switch, like they did for the original, I might pick that up and play it. That might have some interest for me, but like I've watched playthroughs of like Three Houses, which I think that's the newest one on Switch, right? Or has there been one since then? Whichever one the the Weapon Master character was from that they put in Smash Brothers. That's the one I've watched people play. I think it's Three Houses. And it just looks like a big slog to me. I don't think I'd enjoy it. I'm not big on tactical RPGs as a rule. Like, the genre of games I'm not a big fan of. I like Final Fantasy Tactics. I played, like, Shining Force 2 when I was a kid and enjoyed it, but I don't seek that style of game out. But for historical purposes, I was very curious to see, like, how that style of game would work on the NES. The only other comparable game I'd played on the NES was a game called Shinjin the Ruler, which I wouldn't even know how to describe this game. It's like a resource management game where I think like you're in feudal Japan or feudal China, and it's almost like a Romance of the Three Kingdoms kind of thing, but then it has like a tactical like chessboard, like Fire Emblem battle system that's horrible. This game is so weird that they printed part of the instruction manual on the cartridge of the game. I'm going to do 2 Kirages here to be sure I win this. I played Advance Wars on stream once, a long time ago. And again, I don't think it was my thing. It's a cute little game for what it is, but I don't think I would enjoy sitting down and playing a lot of it. Leviathan and Bahamut are better AoE spells. Actually, all of the powerful summons are pretty good AoE spells. So Black Magic doesn't... Oh, I guess you have Meteor. Bahamut is comparable to Meteor, I guess, and they're both level 8. So yeah, I guess the answer to your question is no. I mean, we played the whole game with a Black Mage instead of using summons. We're only kind of playing with summons at the end of the game. Alright, there is one little sub-dungeon of the World of Darkness left. So imagine doing all of these boss fights back to back without the ability to save in between them. And if one of them wipes you, you're out. You have to start all over. That's the stress of this dungeon in its original Famicom version. In this version, if one of these bosses kills us, it only puts us back one map. It auto-saves at each map. So you can't really... You're not stressed out playing it as much. Part of why the later Fire Emblem games don't appeal to me, like I said, just the tactical RPGs are not something I'm super into anyway, but I also don't like just the really anime tropey stories that they tell, and they're very story and character heavy. And my understanding is that they get more and more heavy on the story as the games like go on. So one part of the appeal of playing the NES game was I knew that was going to be very minimized. Like there was going to be some dialogue, but it wouldn't be like a major element of the game. Like the anime tropes would be kept to a minimum. Like, one of the things I got when I bought, like, the premium Switch version is on the shelf up here, I've got this art book. Let me see if I can get it down. It's buried under all of my D&D books, way up here in the tunnel. Ugh. See, I've got this Fire Emblem art book, and it has, like, character art. And so early on in the book, they're showing, like, the characters from... like the first few games. I don't know if you got how well you guys can see the book, but like as the games go on, just the character designs and their costuming gets more and more tropey. Like until we've got stuff like this, like the little dancer girl. Like really, you're gonna dress in like a mini skirt, a yellow mini skirt, and a big ribbon, and these like long, like these long fabric, what even the art, they're coming off of her wrists, and you're gonna go onto an active battlefield dressed like that. Cool story, bro. So that's what I mean about how it gets really anime tropey. It's just not to my taste. I've watched speedruns of Fire Emblem games because they always run one at the GDQs. There's always a 4-hour Fire Emblem run. It's in the middle of the night, and we stay up on my Discord and just make fun of it because of how long and boring it is. That sounds mean, and it is mean, but it's something that I always enjoy doing. I like Marth as a character a lot. I really dig on Marth. I think his design is cool looking. I really enjoyed going back and playing the original Famicom game, and like he has the same animations in that game as he does in Smash Brothers. Like they were really, really focused on bringing that version of the character to the game, which I really appreciated. I really like to see that kind of stuff. I have the same kind of relationship with Pokemon. I don't get into Pokemon games, but I played the very, very first Pokemon game for historical purposes. I streamed it. We had fun with it. I gave every single stat up item in the game to Jigglypuff, and people yelled at me. It was good times. Although I did buy the newest Pokemon game as well. I played through Shield. I'm like, let's see how this... Where does this series sit after 20-some years of development? And it's just the same game with better graphics. 100% treasures. That's it. We didn't miss a treasure in the Elder Tree. I'm so happy. We got the Chivo. 100% treasures. Woo! Chrono Trigger's biggest flaw is it's just not very mechanically interesting. The characters are all just hard-coded to be what they are. The boss fights are all just damage versus healing. There's not many interesting boss fights to work around. But I find it easier to pick up and play than most other RPGs. Bob, there were people in that chat that definitely got upset that I gave stat-up items to Jigglypuff. None of my regulars who are still with me to this day, but remember, I was very early in my streaming. Like, people were coming to the streams that weren't just channel regulars. And I definitely had people, like, yelling at me, like, you can't, Jigglypuff is bad. Otherwise, I would have stopped doing it. It wouldn't have been funny to keep doing it. Ooh, I should have... So first thing we're going to do is move everybody to the back row. Everybody in the back. The boss fights in Chrono Trigger are well designed. They're just not... There's no, like, real gimmick fights in the game which like the Final Fantasy games always do quite a lot. There are a couple, like the Son of Sun, working around Magus's barrier change, and then the very final fight against Lavos, where like you think the main one is in the middle, but it's not. That's a really good fake out. But for the most part, boss fights in Chrono Trigger are just put the damage out there and you're good. Some Final Fantasy games are like that as well, but like Final Fantasy V, every single boss fight is like a little puzzle you've got to figure out. I had to load up Pokemon Blue to get Vulpix, but like I played Shield. I was excited to play Shield because it's the first Pokemon game that I can play on my big TV that was designed to be played on my big TV. You know what I mean? So like, okay, I'm actually excited to check this series out. People have told me that the Pokemon games have had a lot of evolution and development. I'd like to see what a modern Pokemon game plays like, and it was just Pokemon Red with better graphics. It was just the same game again. It was perfectly enjoyable. I liked it a lot. My wife really liked it. She loved playing. She liked it so much that for Christmas that year, I got her the other Switch. I got her Pokemon Eevee to play, which she just finished up over the summer. I haven't played Bravely Default. It looks a little too anime nonsense for me, and it's on a handheld. I don't like handhelds that much. I used to play a lot of handheld games when I used to work in an office overnight, and I had just hours of empty time every single night of my life. And I played a lot of handheld games then, but not so much anymore. Unless you count the Switch as a handheld, which I guess you could. So I skipped the Bravely Default games. Also, I feel like the first one that came out was marketed as a sequel or a continuation to 4 Heroes of Light, which I did play and thought was terrible. I didn't like it at all. This is all Two-Headed Dragon can do. Like, we're gonna win this fight eventually. He can't kill anybody in this battle. If they release a Bravely Default game for like Switch that's designed to be played on the big TV that doesn't just look like a handheld game, enough people have recommended me the games that I have some curiosity about them, but I haven't played them for myself. I'm assuming Let's Go Pikachu is the same game, because Pokemon games are always the same game twice, but in Let's Go Eevee, even for a Pokemon game, it skews very young. Like, it's clearly designed to be a very entry-level Pokemon game. And we're talking Pokemon here. Like, it's already Babby's first RPG series. There are save spots in the end game in the sense that if a boss kills you, you don't have to start at your previous save. You can start one room back. But no, there's no traditional save spots anywhere in the final dungeon. And that's it. That's all the treasures. That's all the crystals. I thought Bravely Default 2 was for 3DS. That shows you how much interest I have in the series, I guess. I don't even know which ones have been released. Oh, right. It's like a little puzzle level. I feel like the 3D version, you can mostly see the little paths, too, actually. I watched the trailer for Bravely Default. Oh, okay, no, okay, I know where I'm confused. So Bravely Default 2 is the third game because the second one wasn't called Bravely Default 2. Is that correct? Do I have that right? Because I feel like I've had this conversation where it was confusing. Bravely Second, okay. Yeah, that's where I got confused. Sorry about that. We are the cloud of darkness. Well, it wouldn't be the first time that I've had viewers buy me a Switch game they wanted me to play. I'm playing, if you look at my just regular YouTube uploads, I'm uploading a playthrough right now of Link's Awakening that somebody bought me because they wanted me to play. Just gonna sit here and let the boss music just kick our ass for a minute. Awesome. Alright, it's Shuriken time. Is there any buff here that's going to help us? I don't think so. I think we just... First round, we'll just put out all the damage we can. I remember the first time I heard any version of this song, because Final Fantasy III did not come out here, didn't play it, but in like 1996 or 97, or it had to be 96, because Final Fantasy VII wasn't out yet, but there was somebody had sequenced a MIDI file of like just a big long Final Fantasy medley. It was like 20 minutes long of all 6 of the Final Fantasy games that had come out to that point, and half of them I had never heard or played before. And this was part of the medley, and I was like, oh my god, that song is awesome. What game is that from? Particle Beam's just raw damage, baby. It's just up in your grill. There's nothing you can do about it except put some green numbers on the board after it comes out. We're going to double Kiraja this round. So in the 3D version, you have Cloud of Darkness in the middle doing Particle Beam, and then 2 of her tentacles are also separate targets in the fight doing stuff to you. This is a very easy version of this fight. Like, you don't have to double Kiraja just to keep on top of it. I still have that MIDI somewhere. I still pull it out once in a while. It's awesome. Someone needs to do like a 40-minute version now, a medley from all 15 games. Actually, I think from half health, which is where we're at now, I don't think she can kill anyone with Particle Beam. I think we're safe here. This is a very easy version of this fight. Not a nail biter, just a nice breezy coast to the end, no problems. I'm going to put my Fire Emblem book back and go get a fizzy drink while we enjoy the ending. I'll be right back. This is definitely the easiest version of Final Fantasy III. I don't think anybody will have trouble completing this game. I have heard horror stories of people over the years who played this game up to a certain point, usually up to like the Nepto Shrine, which is the first mini dungeon that has a boss, and then giving up on it because it's so hard. But this version is nice and breezy. We didn't have any real difficulty anywhere in this game. And if it's like the Final Fantasy I remaster, the credits are going to be super long. I like it. I'm looking forward to 4, 5, and 6 for sure. Feels good, man. Cool game. Cool game. Really, really enjoyed this one. Oh, do I have to advance this text? I guess I do. It's not timed to the dialogue. Or timed to the music, rather. I would have to watch somebody beat Cloud of Darkness without access to Kiraja and without just going in with 99 elixirs. Because problem number one, like, look at the damage we were putting out every single round. Nobody else can do that. Only Ninja. No other job in the game is pulling 7,000, 9,000 damage. So we're putting out 15,000 damage every round. And it still took us a couple of rounds. And we had some flares thrown in for good measure. And we were eating like 1,300 damage a round as well. So I think any Fiesta party is going to have so much health that a single character can eat 2 or 3 of those particle beams before needing an elixir. And they would need to be able to do that for 3 to 4 to 5 times longer than we spent in that fight because they don't have the damage output. So not impossible, but the solution to the fight, the reason Fiesta works in Final Fantasy V is there's so many jobs and so much ancillary equipment and abilities and strategies to use, and the knowledge base of the game is so deep that there's always a solution for every boss fight that doesn't just boil down to, well, time to grind for 6 hours. But Cloud of Darkness is not a deep fight. That is a shallow fight. 1,300 damage to every character, every round. What are you going to do about it? I thought that about Garuda too, though, and yesterday I watched somebody beat Garuda with 2 red mages and a ranger and a Viking. And it wasn't easy. Like, he used a lot of elixirs, and he did do some level grinding, but he was at like level 25 or 26, which is higher than you typically would be, but it's not like outlandishly high. It's not completely unrealistic. Daniel Morton tipped $1. I'm going to use your $1, my friend. And tonight, I'm going to walk up to the Walgreens when I get my nightly snacks. She did grocery shopping today. She didn't buy any snacks. There's no snacks in the house. Got a fridge full of food, but no like good junk food. But I'm going to use your $1. I'm going to buy a bag of M&Ms for my snack tonight. Thank you very much, my friend. I'm comfortable enough with this game that I don't need a dedicated healer for every single step of the game. Whereas my first 3 playthroughs of it, like, I was glued to having a white mage at all times. I never ever took a white mage out of the party. I'm comfortable enough now with this game in all 3 versions that I can deviate a little bit, but... And next time I play this, I might commit to using jobs that I've never used extensively before. We got a lot of use out of Scholar. Scholar proved very, very useful. Quite late in the game, actually. Geomancer I know is viable. I hear Bard is very good now. I've seen Ranger do some good work. Ranger seems good. It's just unlike Final Fantasy V, it's hard to get a read on how good a class is just by cycling one in and playing with it, because job level does create a lot of variance. Like, I've seen a level, like, 2 or 3 Ranger do some work. What would a level 90 Ranger be like, you know? Sarah doesn't want to go home yet because she's in love with all 4 of us. She wants to get married 4 times. Yeah, even the very first cave in this game, the Djinn, like, that's a rough fight. Even in this version of the game, I think we limped through that fight with 2 dead people. So Sarah is the princess of this valley, and she's never visited this village that's like 2 blocks away. We saved the world. Oh, so good. Sarah, Sarah, like, won't let this dancer kiss any of us because she wants all 4 of us to herself. Viking Bard, Ranger, Geomancer. See, in that fight, Cloud of Darkness, your only source of healing are elixirs. Which is fine if you have like one person dedicated to throwing an elixir every single round. If you have a big enough stock of elixirs to get through the whole fight, and everybody else has enough HP to eat 3 particle beams in the interim. Sarah wants that D and that D and that D and that D. That's all there is to it. I actually like the little blurb there where they're like, oh, our fans, here's our heartfelt thanks. Because these pixel remasters, you have to remember, these are positioned at a point in like the series history where a lot of people are discovering these games for the first time right now. Final Fantasy VII Remaster, and to a lesser extent, a couple years ago, Final Fantasy 15, both of these games brought a lot of new players into this series. So many people played 7R as their first Final Fantasy game, and then are going back and rediscovering these old ones. So I think that a big part of why Square's like, let's make all 6 of the original 2D games in a similar style so they look comparable to each other. So if you play one of them, you're really comfortable going right to another one and put them out there. And I think a lot of people, these are going to be their entry to the series. So getting to the end of the game and having a little blurb like thanking them for coming into the series, I think makes a good amount of sense. And it's like, I don't let like the naysayers who are review bombing it and who are complaining, like, they are the minority. I think more people are going to come into these games for the first time, especially on mobile. And I like when people discover games that I love. I like it a lot. Yeah, even Final Fantasy 14. Like, I wonder if they've done the market research to know, like, of people who played a Final Fantasy game for the first time in, say, the last 5 years, what was their entry to the series, and then which games did they go to after that? I would love to see that data. Because I could see a lot of people going to 14 from World of Warcraft or some other MMO, and then like, oh, maybe I'll try some of the single-player games and see if I like them. But I suspect that number of people will be smaller than the number of people who came into the series with 15 or 7 Remake. 7 Remake was like the best-selling Final Fantasy game in decades, is my understanding. It outsold every previous Final Fantasy game going, I want to say going back to 10. You have to go back that far to find a Final Fantasy game that did that well in the market. So lots and lots of people picking up this game for the first time, which was also true of Final Fantasy VII back in the day. That's where the series started for a lot of people in 1997. So yeah, lots and lots of people are going to just be on their phones just looking for a game to play and like, oh, there's Final Fantasy games on here. They're like the original ones. They're not just the mobile gacha trash that's also available on this same storefront. I feel ways about 7 Remake myself. I think the game was great. I liked the game a lot. I think they nailed the gameplay aspect of it. But I don't like that. I just can't get over the fact that they've remade 1/6 of Final Fantasy VII and it took 40 hours to play through. The story is so unsatisfying to me. I think when the 7 Remake games are all out and they have like a complete narrative, I think that narrative is still not going to make sense unless you've also played the original Final Fantasy VII and can consider the remake as like a companion piece alongside of it. We'll do 7 Remake on stream eventually. Like, we'll get there. I was kind of waiting until I got my PS5 before I did a replay of 7 Remake, but that might not ever happen now. And there's already a really good version of Chrono Trigger on Steam. So like once these people have played through all the remakes, like they can just go right into Chrono Trigger. So like wins all around. So we don't have enough information about 7 Remake to know how the story ends. Anybody who tells you they know what happened at the end of the story in 7 Remake is lying to you because it's not possible yet. We don't have enough information. But I largely suspect it has something to do with, like, this is a multiple universe situation where Sephiroth failed in this universe, but failed in an enlightening enough way that he was, like, able to sidestep into this other universe and do things differently. And then at some point, we're also going to find out that in the sidestep transition, like, he became enlightened or something, and there's going to be a redemption arc for Sephiroth before it's all over. Like, for the remakes, it's going to seem like he's the main villain for the same reasons, but then in the last one, it'll twist around and we'll find out that, like, all along he's been trying to, like, seal the multiverse together or something, and the real threat, and then he's going to have to join your party. That's my call. I feel like that's where they're positioning the game, by focusing on Sephiroth as the villain so early, like to the point that there's literally a scene where Aerith is like, oh, this guy's the big bad guy we have to fight. Just trust me. I can't explain everything right now, but trust me, we have to go kill him right now. That there's no way that's all there is to it. That they have to be setting up a bigger twist later. And I think like a major Sephiroth redemption arc will play so well with the Final Fantasy VII fan base that's my call. That's where I think they're going to go with it. There's going to be a bigger bad behind Sephiroth that he's been fighting the whole time because he's sidestepped from another universe. And that kind of story I think is just completely stupid. I think it's idiotic and I'm not going to enjoy it. But I'm going to play every single one and grit my teeth through all of them. Yeah, it's going to be Necron is behind everything. There could definitely be 2 Sephiroths. Like, there's going to be like the regular evil Sephiroth, but he's like not as evil as like super evil Sephiroth, who's already conquered 98% of the multiverses, and like the only 2 universes left are the one from the original Final Fantasy VII, and then this one we're in now. I don't know. These credits don't bother me as much as the Final Fantasy I credits did, because you get to listen to Eternal Wind while it's playing. So, I'm unsatisfied with 7 Remake's story because I don't think the story can go somewhere that's not gonna be stupid. I think they've written themselves into a position that any possible resolution is just not gonna satisfy me, which is fine. I usually don't like stories in video games. As long as the games are fun, I can ignore the story. I like Final Fantasy V, even though it has like the worst story imaginable. But Final Fantasy VII was specifically marketed as a remake to the original Final Fantasy VII. It's literally called that. And the Final Fantasy VII story, I think, was good. It's a good story. It needs a polish and better localization, maybe, but we're not getting that story, and I'm bummed that we're not, because that was a good story, and now we're getting this weird bastard story instead. I have to look over here to read chat, because my chat on this screen is not updating for some reason. But then there's lesser issues, like in Remake, none of the characters have a character arc at all. It's too early in the story. That was also true in the original. By the time you got out of Midgar, none of your characters had done any growing or traveling along their character arc yet. It was fine because that was only like 1/6 of the game. But in Remake, I played a 40-hour game that only has like 5 or 6 major characters, and none of them go on a character arc. You end the game and all of the characters are the exact same person. Maybe you could argue that like maybe Barrett has started to understand that, like, oh, maybe being a terrorist isn't a good idea. But it doesn't really come across very well in the game. Like, that might be where they're going with him, but they're not there yet. So just in isolation, a 40-hour game with a cast like that doesn't have any character arcs, and all the characters, they don't change, they don't grow, they don't experience anything except for the events of the game. It's not real satisfying. All right. Yeah, let's save the game. I want to see if we get stats for the final bosses here. We missed a bunch of monsters, yo. Including some ocean monsters. Like, we didn't do any fighting on the... Oh, we did do some fighting on the outer ocean. This is not an ocean monster. This might... If this is an ocean monster, we can never get it in this playthrough. We have to do another playthrough to get it. Yeah, a lot of monsters we missed. 2 ninjas for sure. I think you could do 3 ninjas, 1 sage, and have a little bit of a hairier fight. 3 ninjas, 1 sage would make that fight go faster. Or 3 ninjas, 1 devout would also be fine. Anything that can cast Kiraja. Missed somebody in the lava cave. Oh no, there's the outer ocean monsters. We got some. We didn't miss any outer ocean monsters. We didn't miss any. Huh. This monster is in the sea shrine, but this one's back on the floating continent, maybe? Or does it always just default to a grayed out floating continent if you don't have the monster? That's a cool little transition if you've never seen that before. how much of the world actually gets flooded. If you've never seen that, I've seen this before because I've done the overlay using screenshots from the NES game and then loading them into Photoshop as layers, but that's a cool transition if you've never seen it before. Yeah, it looks like if you miss a monster, it just defaults back to the floating continent. That doesn't mean that they're going to be found on the floating continent. And there's probably just a bunch of overworld monsters, but... some underwater monsters we haven't done. Those are from Bahamut's Cave. Looks like we got everything from the final dungeons, though. Oh, no, we missed one. Oh, it's the yellow dragon. We did not encounter a yellow dragon. Ooh, this too. Who knows? Actually, there's a couple. Oh, these are all boss fights now. Like, look at this nonsense. Okay, so from 196 through 211 are the bosses. So let's see here. 211 minus 196. 15 bosses from the beginning of the game to the beginning of the final dungeon. 212 through 225. 13 bosses in the final dungeon. So about half of the bosses in the game are in the final dungeon. And that's counting these optional bosses, Odin, Leviathan, Bahamut. Oh, stealable items. We could see if anything is worth stealing ever. High potion, high potion. Ah, we got question marks again. Potion, 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 potion. Oh. Oh, eye drops, antidotes, potion, 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 potion. Actually, just go up to the bosses. Seems like a better way to do this. None. High potion, high potion. Looks like they didn't add anything good to the steel tables. It looks like it's all just garbage still. Either potions or high potions. You can't steal from this monster. You might like to at this point in the game, but you can't. Because those... getting like a Zeus's Wrath just before you unlock Scholar. Sheep Pillow? Didn't see any of those. I'm not seeing any equipment on any of these. Like some high-level elixir. And onion stuff. Well, onion stuff is drops, not steals. Yeah, there's nothing to steal. All right. Well, I played Final Fantasy 1 Remaster, and we played Final Fantasy 3 Remaster. So I guess... I suppose that means... It's time to play Final Fantasy 1 Remaster again. All right. There is a Final Fantasy 1 like Pixel Remaster Fiesta side thing going on. I might as well just knock one out. If I can find the link to it. I am super convinced they're going to release the Final Fantasy 13 series, like remaster it, for probably PS5 at some point. So I'm holding off on playing 13 until that happens. Where is... There it is. Impromptu Fiesta. Rules. I can register by sending this tweet to Gilgabot, which I can do. Reg FF1. Start up Final Fantasy 1. Doesn't matter. Use only the jobs assigned to you. You might have gotten duplicates. Send a picture when you're done. All right. At FF5 for futures. And we'll just wait for Gilgabot to tell me what party to use. But yeah, I think like we're about due for Final Fantasy 13 remasters. That game came out in 2010. It's been over a decade now. And there's lots and lots of places you could make that game better in a remaster. My party, holy crap. Look at this party. Fighter, fighter, white mage, fighter. Get easy mode, nerds. Here, I'll post a link to the like Fiesta page in the stream chat. Like if you go to that link and then scroll like way, way, way down, you'll see my party. 143% speed. Fighter, fighter, white mage, fighter. Sure. Let's do the easiest run ever. Oh, no, I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to type. Sure. Let's see. So first warrior, we're going to name... Hubert. And second warrior... There's only like 12 names total, so... And most of them are bad. Corrid, Robin, Ray, Kylie, Riley, Ruckus, Saren, Eden. Frank, it's a good warrior name. We've already used it. We've already had a warrior named Frank. Morgan, kind of boring. Glitz, we just had a Glitz. We've seen all of these by now. Like, there's not any new ones that are going to pop up. Yeah, I feel like I'm just going to have to type some in. We'll go with Hubert for my second warrior. And... Hubert for my third warrior. And then you got to have a white mage named Hubert. Look at this super dumb party. Get pooped on, game. Well, Chaos might be tricky. We have white mage, but Chaos is gonna... We don't have a way to haste. Fighter, 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 white mage. Sure. I wanted to play with a white mage anyway. Next time I played this. Yes, I do have 2 Huberts. We do indeed. So there was a couple spots in the game that are going to be a little tricky, like Pisco Demons. We have to fight them. We can't just use lightning against them. Well, Critical Hubert would be naming all the characters in Final Fantasy IV Hubert. Four fast, 4 Hubert. Yeah, that's the tagline for this playthrough. 4 fast, 4 Hubert. I don't dislike White Mage. Let me be clear. I don't hate the class. It's just all of the advantages of the class really only come to the forefront if you're using a party that only has white mages. It's a really fun class. It's just you got to do a solo white mage or 4 white mages or something like 3 white mages and a black mage if you really want to see the strengths of the class. We can get 3 white magic spells. Whatever I need to get. I'm going to go with Protect and then Dia, I think. You know what? Since we only have 1 white mage, we're walking around with the white mage. What up? What up, nerds? I've done both white mage, black mage, and I've done just white mage and black mage with 2 dead people. So like a white mage, black mage duo. Both really fun. I recommend them. If you've never played like non-traditional parties in FF1, they're really, you learn things about the game. Like when you have a white mage in the front of the party at all times, like learning how to use that blink spell, and you learn some like good strategies for, oh, this combat's not going to be over in 3 rounds like Final Fantasy 1 combat always is. We actually have to learn how to like start healing strategically and stuff. Maybe we call this run Hubert and the Beefcake. How about that? Hubert has 3 beefcake that she's dragging around the world with her. And none of them are capable of independent thought. So they're all just called Hubert. But watch through the playthrough. The white mage is not going to have something useful to do in almost every combat. She's just going to be bad. The number of times where she's useful in combat is very, very small compared to any other class in this version of the game. Just a lot of just wasted rounds are going to pop out here. It'll be much more apparent once we actually get our second hit with the rapier, because right now, one hit with the hammer is actually not terrible at level 1 compared to everybody else at level 1. I mean, I'm sure there are individual parties I haven't finished the game with. I doubt that I've played literally every combination imaginable, but practically speaking, I've done every party composition. Like, I doubt I've done fighter, thief, 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 and then fighter, fighter, thief, thief, and then fighter, 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 thief. If that makes sense. But given the general use of fighters and thieves and my understanding of them, I wouldn't need to do all 4 of those runs separately to get a good feel for them. She can't swing the heal stick until we get a heal stick. There's a lot of battle between now and that heal stick. We've got to go through a lot of stuff before we get to that point. What? This is so Fiesta rules, for those who aren't familiar, is every year they do a thing called the Final Fantasy V Fiesta, where you randomly roll 4 jobs that you have to use over the course of the game, and you're not allowed to switch to any other jobs. And sometimes the guy does like these little side things, and he like tries the same format out with other games, but they never work as well. Like they did one with Chrono Trigger one year where you had to use the same 3 characters all the time. So he's like, the Pixel Remaster, we'll try it with Final Fantasy 1, where I just roll your party. I do a lot of random parties in Final Fantasy 1 anyway, because I play a lot of randomizer, but... the worst 4-member party I can imagine... Thief, 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 in the NES version. I don't think any 4-person party is... you could say it's bad. In Dawn of Souls or in the remaster here... if you've got 4 people in your party, you're fine. Until you get to Chaos, and you have to kind of just luck through your Chaos fight. On the NES, the only 4-person party that's bad is Thief, 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 Thief. Thief, 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 Thief would have a lot of trouble with Astus and a lot of trouble with Lich as well. Four Monks is better just because they've got huge damage output. They wouldn't have any trouble with Astos or Lich. And then anybody you add to a party of 3 thieves improves the party dramatically to the point where they would also not have much trouble with Astos or Lich. Let's get my spell charges back. Yeah, Thief, 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 White Mage would be much better because in the Astos fight, your White Mage could help to drag the fight out longer. With 4 thieves, Astos is just going to kill you on the 8th or 10th round. You're just not going to survive. But with a White Mage, you could survive pretty much indefinitely in that fight. especially if you land mute on Astos. And once the fight will last forever, then the thieves can just 1 damage at a time if they need to. But on the NES version, Astos starts with Rub, so 1 thief is dead, and then gets to Fire 2 and Lightning 2 as he goes down his spell list. Thieves can't kill Astos fast enough to avoid those spells. And so they're just going to get wiped out by those spells. Unless you get a lot of really lucky criticals very early in the fight. And that's where fighters and black belts will have the advantage. Because fighters and black belts both get much larger number of hits. More hits means more chance for critical hits. More critical hits means more chance to get through Astos' defense score, or absorb score in the NES. Which means you can do some real damage. Yeah, I figured we'd just go for a few more hours. Do another... We played Final Fantasy 1 and then played Final Fantasy 3, so it's time to play Final Fantasy 1 again. I'm considering just doing a series of solo runs on the Pixel Remaster. Just knocking out all 6 solo runs. And maybe do another couple of challenge parts. Like do 4 thieves, but don't promote. Would be very difficult to fight Chaos, actually. I've wanted to play Villainous lately, but nobody will play with me. I actually did play a game. We had some family in from out of town, and we played some Villainous. So I got my first win with Gaston at long last. I don't know. I only played 2 games with Gaston. We bought the new expansion, the newest expansion, when it came out, but we didn't have a chance to play it until just now. I would love to get some regular Villainous going again. Get back to balancing those decks. I've got several decks that I'm still doing artwork for, including X-Death. I guess I could leave it to your decision then, since you're the one who's going to use the deck. Is I kind of just want to see what the Pixel Remaster graphics look like before I finalize a lot of the graphics for that X-Death deck. It might be better to wait and use the remaster graphics than the GBA ones. I've decided when I do finalize the Cloud of Darkness deck, though, I'm going to use the 3D version of the graphics instead of the remaster, because one of the things she does, like a big part of her gameplay, is she wins by firing the particle beam, and the particle beam is present in the 3D version, but it's not literally the only thing she does. And also her tentacles are actual creatures in the 3D version. Can I afford Schemotars? X-Death's win condition is, or Gaston's win condition, who are you asking about? I cannot afford a Schemotar yet. I blame McLean for the lack of Villainous in the past year or so, because he started doing like almost nightly stuff on the Let's Racing Time channel, and those are all the same people that used to play Villainous with me, and now they don't, because they're always playing Let's Racing Time. Bunch of jerks. They're not jerks, they're my friends and I love them. Ooh, Pirates have more hit points. Oh yeah, they doubled their hit points in Dawn of Souls. We still haven't seen anybody win with Magus or Gilgamesh on the Villainous table. Gaston is a very simple deck. So you start the game, you put his board out, and you put 8 obstacles on the board, 2 in each location, and you win by removing all the obstacles. That's it. There are cards in the deck that are just remove 2 obstacles, and then the Fate deck is almost entirely like replace 1 obstacle. So, super simple deck to pick up and play, and I suspect it's also one of the easier decks to win with. I mean, ever since I started making villainous decks, we went through phases where we do a couple months where we go at it hard, and then everybody went off and did other things till we came back to it again. So I'm not surprised that we haven't played extensively in the past few months. But it's always on my mind. I love villainous so much. This party is probably going to be under-leveled compared to the one we just ran, just because I'm not going to commit to getting all the treasures with this party. I am a little worried about how we're going to do on Chaos. We can survive well enough with the White Wizard. Alright, how's this go? There we go. Yes, let's play the 15 puzzle. I'm bad at 15 puzzle, by the way. Like, really bad? Where's my 3? It's over here. But I have to do this to get a Chivo. Hooray! One line done. What's up, Saruka? Five, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna thread the 8 in from another direction. Like so. 2 lines done. Oh, 9, not 10. That's right, seagulls aren't just randomly flying into my head while I do this. Good to know. Okay, there's like an algorithm for how to do the last 2 lines, but I don't know what it is. I'm just kind of futz around with it until I get it, probably. We gotta switch the positions of this 12 and this 15, and we'll have it. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now I gotta switch the positions of the 14 and the 15. We should have it. Actually, we should be able to just do it from here, can't we? Almost. Alright, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... No, we need to switch the 15 and the 13 because they're backwards. I'm just putting them around in a circle, aren't I? Yeah. Oh, what am I doing? I think that's... No, I'm in the same position I was in. I did all those moves and didn't move anywhere. So I need to go 15, 14, 13 on the bottom line when I'm done here. Yes. So 9, 10, 11, 12's way over here now. That's not what I want to see. No, 10 and 11 are out of phase. They're still out of phase. Here we go. $15, $14, $13. No, don't continue the puzzle. We don't get anything for it. Just the achievement. So battles in general are going to take a little longer in the start of the game because we don't have any multi-target attacks. I just now got the achievement for the 15 puzzle. Oh, I guess it doesn't give me the achievement until it auto-saves again. That's probably how it works. No, I'm not familiar with Road Galaxy. Look at this! What is this encounter? I'm not winning this encounter, actually. I didn't mean to defend. Oh, I guess this game has a defend command, which the original didn't. So when am I going to go fight Pisco Demons, is the question. Buccaneers, you don't say. Yeah, I don't even have 3 scimitars yet. So sharks were 20 damage, and sharks have like 120 hit points, and there's 2 of them, and they got friends. I wonder why in this game the boat, like you're fighting the monsters on the boat, like they've come aboard, right? And then in Final Fantasy III, you're standing on the boat and all the monsters are in the water. I wonder why the different convention there. I know in 5 and 6, you're on the boat and the enemies are in the water, or in the air if it's an airship battle. But I wonder why they went with this convention for Final Fantasy I and not Final Fantasy III. This is a nope fight for me. Are we going anywhere? There we go. It's the same fight. You get spell charges so early in this version. Is there anything I want to buy in Elfland? I think I just want to buy another Scimitar, actually. For now. And then it's just leveling up until we can beat the Pisco Demons. I've got all our level 1 spells. I think Invis is going to be useful in this playthrough. I didn't bother with Blink, because Hubert's just going to be in the back row the whole game. Hubert's way behind in hit points. The other Hubert's 122 versus 94. I feel like the White Mage had some really bad hit point rolls there. I'm not sure how big of a factor White Mage stat leveling is going to be. Like, her intellect is not as high as the Black Mage's. I feel like the Black Mage started at 20. So using the heal staff is not as effective as a White Mage as it is with the Black Mage. Ooh, preemptive strike. You'll love to see it. Yeah, Hubert's like, Hubert, you're slacking off. You're making Hubert and Hubert pick up the slack. And then Hubert's like, our mother was an idiot. And then Hubert's like, how dare you speak of Hubert Sr. like that? Yeah, if White Mage keeps pace with Red Mage with intelligence, then the class is never going to be good with attack magic. That might be a balancing thing, though. Red Mage is balanced against Black Mage by getting almost all the same spells, but not having intelligence scaling. And then it's balanced from the White Mage because the White Mage has a lot more proprietary spells. It's probably also much more important for, like, your healing magic to have a baseline that every character can meet. So, like, White Mage versus Red Mage, you still want to heal for the same amount, whereas attack magic, you can get away with a little more variance and still be useful. We're going to... Yeah, we're going to get Invis, Mutes, and A-Lit. Oh, Narishim. Narishim, is it coming? Do we have to duck and cover? Two sharks? We'd be okay with two sharks now. It's gonna take a minute, but we'll get him down. Waka waka! Narishim. God, I've actually been watching a lot of... speaking of things I used to do with Narishim. I've been watching a lot of just old Street Fighter 4 tournaments and stuff lately. It's my, like, nighttime viewing. Why did the farmer join Shinra, Narishim? Don't leave us in suspense. Why? Because he was promised land. Got him. Slash ignore Narishim. There we go. That's better. As a kid, I always thought this land formation here, like, looked like you were docking in, like, an elf's mouth. Like, he's got that big pointed hat on his head, and you can see his, like, eyebrow, and then, like, the dock makes up his open mouth that you sail into. Unsubscribe, unmember. Unfriend, unfollow, unlike, uncomment. I've got level 4 white magic charges. Am I getting anything useful at level 4, I wonder? I want all 4 of these, actually. I guess right now we'll just take heal. I guess later we can forget heal, though, and come back for Null Blaze if we want it. And Diara. Yuffie's favorite band is Sixpence None the Richer. Actually, we don't want anything from level 4. Maybe we'll just buy Poisona just to have it. We should buy Vox. Secure silence. So the only person in the party who cares about getting silenced can cure silence. I've got some heal spells, so I don't have to in just yet. See if we can get an ogre or two. Two ogres. Asking ye shall receive. How many antidotes can you buy with 2,500 gil? Probably 99. Well, not quite 99, but what you're actually buying is the peace of mind of never having to buy antidotes again. There's 75 gil in the NES version. I don't know what they cost in this version. Probably do one more battle before my fighter needs to rest in the inn. Once I have all my level 3 magic, I think we'll move on. We'll try out some Pisco Demon situation. It's going to be easy to save scum for a successful Pisco Demon fight, because if they kill us, we'll just start back on the beginning of the floor. So... but we're probably going to need to get 2 of them, and we're probably going to need to get a few lucky critical hits. Four more points of accuracy, I think I get another attack. No, I need 12 more points. We need to go to 32 accuracy. So yeah, we're not going to get a third attack with the scimitar anytime soon. Alright, we can go give this a shot, I guess. I got a few potions, I got a few antidotes. Hubert has 80 more health than Hubert does. I wonder if your position in the party rank influences your health up. Because somebody had told me that White Mage health scales a lot better in this game than in previous versions, but my White Mage has very little health. And I recall my Black Mage in my previous run having less health than I recall him having at various points in the same point in the game in various versions. Everybody into the condom. Nope, 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 nope. Gotta nope straight on out of there. Nope Town. Population, me. We might have this. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely nope. Big, hard nope. These are some deep monsters right here. You gotta go way into the Marsh Cave encounter list to start getting scorpions. That is an out-of-depth monster, and I am poisoned. And here's more scorpions. I don't think there's anywhere on the Marsh Cave encounter list where you get scorpions in back-to-back fights. I think the level cap is 50 in this version. All of these things can poison as well. Yup. So this is just a reset. We're just done. Because we don't have the antidotes to heal all this up. And more scorpions. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't change the stream info, so people are clicking over thinking we're playing Final Fantasy III, but I had finished Final Fantasy III. Let's get stupid. 4 Pisco Demons, woo! We got this. Yeah, I could probably save a lot of potions by rotating my 3 fighters around in certain encounters, or in certain dungeons, rather. See if we can get there without getting poisoned this time. I'll play some Grey Ooze. Actually, I shouldn't, because this encounter might not mean anything if I have to reset again. Yeah, monsters will still target petrified characters in this version. So, like, you could have, like, a petrified tank for most of the game. If you don't have a fighter, or anybody who wears heavy armor, it's a good strategy. Green slimes are trickier to damage, I think. Four Pisco Demons again. Not good to see. I'm going to focus my spells on the third fighter while the first two meat shield a little bit. We're tanking pretty good up there right now, actually. There's that heal spell. Nice. Good to see. One fighter down. Start getting protect up. 2 Pisco Demons down. Dead. Alright, so this is the fight that I was basically planning for. 1 fighter and just the mage left alive. She needs protect. And we're done. That's it. We're all over now. That increased evasion does not seem to be helping too much. Maybe we should just go straight for protect. Cool ambush, bro. Guess we're not running today. It's hard to know exactly what Protect was doing without being able to see the numbers, but the idea is that Invis will cause them to get fewer hits, and then Protect will reduce the damage each individual hit does. But no, it's not going to be a dramatic benefit because we're relying on like level 1 magic here. It's not like a big deal. And we also need to get some lucky criticals on our side too. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Final Fantasy II still has all kinds of bugs that they haven't fixed. Four again? I wonder if it's always 4 in this version. Like, 1 hit did 18 damage, but 2 hits did like 73. That tells me that one of those hits that he got was a critical hit. It was a much bigger hit than the other. Oh, let's see if we can preserve you by defending, maybe. Defending did some work for us. He's probably still going to die next turn, though, and he didn't attack this turn, so we're, like, falling behind in the damage. Oh, not good. We need bigger damage rolls than that, my friend. Dead. That was a terrible round. That was a lot of damage to take through an Invis and a Protect. Good dodge. We might pull this back. We may yet, Mr. Wilson. And that's it for spells. I think we are cashed. Dead. Come on, Hubert. Be the man you were born to be. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Well, we got the crown. We have 37 hit points to get out of this dungeon now. Against 5 werewolves. If I get off of this floor, it'll autosave me again. And I'm poisoned. Of course. Of course. This is the Final Fantasy one I know and love. Resetting the dungeon until you get the lucky boss fight. It autosaves at dungeon transitions, so dying to those werewolves, I lost the crown. Oh, we might have an extra potion this time. We do. We have 2 extra potions. Oh, easy game, easy life. That was 2 enormous hits right off the bat. I've been told that Invis doesn't stack, but even if it did, I don't have the spell charges or the actions to pull more than one out. This fight's not going well. Yeah, it's over now. It's over. Yeah, I've been told that Blink and Invis do not stack in this version, but I haven't done the science myself, and I haven't seen the actual numbers. So who knows? And somebody's poisoned. And I don't have antidotes, so I think we're already screwed in this run. Can we flee before the poison tick happens, please? Oh, we're dead. That's it. Arg. I mean, we'll still try it. Maybe we'll get the uber lucky. I could get a broadsword, yeah, but I'm not that desperate yet. We got a preemptive strike, so that's already pretty good. Oh, I should have used the preemptive round to invis the front line. Oh well. We already didn't do that. And we're dead. We're doing more damage than I thought we would. But I think it's always going to be 4 Pisco Demons. It's not 2 to 4 anymore. In the NES version, you can roll 2 of these guys instead of always getting 4. This is going well. We got this. Don't worry. We in there. We gotta run from the green slime. Right? We don't have to make it all the way out of the dungeon. We only have to make it to the next floor. And then we get a brief reprieve. I have more potions this time, too. I got 2 potions going in. Oh, no, I'm only going to have 1, because I want you to go in full health. Alright. I think it's better to put the Invis and Protect on the 3rd fighter. I should switch that top fighter into the 3rd rank, though, so he has 25 more health on top of getting the Invis and the Protect. Let's have you use the potion on yourself, just in case you get killed before it happens. Like that. Two hits, 7 damage. Good roll, brother. Excellent. Excellent work. It does seem like they're getting 1 hit more frequently on a character with Invis, but it is possible to still get 2 hits against them as well. I hate all of the scorpions in here. This is such a rare encounter on the NES, and that they're so constant in this version. But we're going to get this. I'm committed. I like the preemptive. Alright, let's heal up. I will go in with 2 potions. Put you in front, like that. So now my 3rd Hubert. Oh, and the preemptive. That's really good. Preemptive is going to be huge. If we get good rolls, we might take 1 out. Now we need better rolls than that. $119 damage, huh? That seems like he rolled 2 critical hits against me. Jesus! Way to ruin that, just completely waste that preemptive we started with. Wow. Yeah, if both of their hits roll criticals, they're going to do over 100 damage. I'm committed. I think we can do it with just these resources. I think we'll manage. Don't worry, you guys. We got this. Other things we could do, I could grind up some money and buy an armlet for the White Mage. I could get Broadsword. There's one in this dungeon we could take. There's other equipment we can get too, like shields and stuff. Or we just level up for more hit points. Ambushed. It's not what you want to see. There's a silver armlet, but it's in a locked room. Oh, you're right. There might be a copper one, too. No, I don't like Hubert having that little health. Dead. Shields do not add to your evasion in this game. They add to your defense. Getting easy fights on the way to the boss is nice, because we might go into the boss fight with extra potions. Never mind. If we'd gotten away from this fight, that might have been the case, but... I mean, the extra defense can help, too. Like, it's not nothing, but... Let's go in with 2 potions, and I'll cast this. Ambushed! Hooray! So they made this fight harder in a couple ways. I wouldn't swear it couldn't ambush you in the NES version. I know it's unrunnable, but you could get just 2 of the guys. Which would be super good. Alright, do we take the treasure out of here and then go back to Elfland and come back with more potions and stuff? That'll also get us another experience level or 2, probably. It's just we won the fight once, and I just want to stay here and reset it, but... I think we did all right in that fight, considering we were ambushed. I don't think I can reload from a quick save if I get killed, though. Because once I quick save, it'll quit out of the game. And then when I load the quick save, it'll get deleted. Quick save shouldn't save your state there. Yeah, intelligence scales healing in this game. It didn't quit out. Maybe the quick save is the key here. Ambushed. It doesn't quit, so I can just reload right from the box, and then once I get the crown, I can just quick save again. Look at this ambush, though. This is good stuff, right? So if I could just save scum my way out. Well, then what's the difference between the quick save and the save options then? Like, why have two options that do exactly the same thing? I can just start from right here. Alright. Okay, no preemptive, but... I am not going to play Final Fantasy II because I do not like that game. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I think it's important in this world that one learn to live with disappointment. Tonight we are reloading against the Pisco Demons 73 times in a row. Yeah, but why do you need multiple save slots? Like, I never use multiple save slots with the regular game anyway. I guess for other games it might matter. Like, if you're just quick saving your way through Final Fantasy III, you'll find yourself locked into Saronia at some point. Dead. Dead. Poor Hubert, which one? Yeah, you can quick save in 5 and 6 in some bad situations, I guess. Although 5 and 6 also will encourage you to, like, save points are a good spot to show you it's safe to save right here. Dead. One hit point left. Let's go. We're in there. We got it. We don't got it. This is all we're doing for the next 2 hours until it's time for me to cut the stream. Ambush. Not good. I want to see that preemptive fight. Is what I want to see. Those are terrible damage rolls there. Dead. Somebody should watch this footage and do a statistical analysis of how many times the invisible character gets one hit instead of two versus a character who's not invisible. Because it definitely seems like an invisible character is getting one hit a lot more often, which is good for us. The worst thing to happen is if a fighter gets killed before his attack gets off in the first round. That's puts us way behind in the action economy. Not what we like to see. Wow, this fight did not go our way at all. We don't have one dead Disco Demon. We do have 3 dead Uberts, soon to be 4 dead Uberts. There's another one. I had to find some way to make this party challenging, and I think we got it. I think we got there in the end. I've only got 3 casts of heals, so that would only work for 3 rounds. We could give it a try, switch up strategy a little bit. But it's always going to come down to the last Hubert standing, I think. And that Hubert, if it doesn't have Invis and Protect, can be one-shot. So... like, it's going to come down to a situation like this. And we want every advantage we can get from this point. Okay, so everybody survives with the first round of sandbagging. And a nice 57 damage hit with 1 more attack to come. You'll love to see it. Last heal spell. And that's it for healing. I've got some cure magic left. If they both attack that fighter, this white mage wastes this turn. I'm gonna heal this Hubert instead. I'm gonna have her heal herself this round. So she can try to eat at least 1 more hit. Dead. I mean, that got us pretty deep, but now we're exactly in this situation, and now he doesn't have any buffs. So he's going to be needing 2 hits from almost every attack. He's still alive. Yeah, top Hubert's probably going to drop right here. Actually, see if we do any rebuilding here. No rebuilding at all. Okay, cool. They are playing perfectly efficiently now. At least we don't have to watch the heal animation on dead party members. In the NES version, if you use the heal staff, it would try to heal dead party members and just say ineffective over and over again. Which is annoying if you need to apply the heal staff like 30 times in a solo run, and you have 3 dead heroes. Ganging up on the white mage. I don't know that I'm into that much. It might be good, though, because it's keeping the other 3 healthier, and they're the ones doing the damage. Just we don't want her to drop too early in the fight. I think if you select defend, you're defending the whole round. Yeah, this is just a waste of a fight now. That's just unlucky. They just picked her as a target too many times in a row. Looking for the chance to critical hit against one is a better use of our action than trying to defend, I think. God, I wish I knew about that quick save the one time we won this fight. We could be trying to get back to Elfland right now with a poison fighter at 1 hit point. If heal is strictly better than trying to apply the buffs, then I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that the protect and invis buffs are just completely useless. If this use case doesn't work in favor of those spells, if this isn't the case where you want to use invis and protect, there's no case where you want to use invis and protect. Those spells have no function. I feel pretty confident about that. We're not getting anywhere in this. We got 1 down. God, it's a 64 damage hit. That's a huge hit. And we just wasted it on this garbage encounter. Preemptive. Good. I'm going to take the preemptive round and do this. So they have a 50% chance of selecting that top Hubert as a target. And if they do, they're going to hit less often. Okay, fair enough. I'm going to have him use a potion this round and see if we can survive to the next round. Oh my god, 131! This was going so well! And then he had to roll double crits right through our invisibility. Where's that 64 damage hit at, Hubert? You gonna pop one off? double crit through the invisibility. Oh, another preemptive, though. Okay, I think we're going to do that same thing again. We're going to put Invis on you. Oh, we're rolling bad now, though, on our own to-hit rolls. Yeah, see that one hit on the top slot. We're going to see that a little more often when he's got invisibility on. This round's looking good. I like the look of that. One hit again on the top slot. I mean, it's a wall, but we're also... I've refused to do any grinding. We're level 8. I didn't buy equipment. We're using scimitars. Like, there's stuff I could do to make my party stronger. I just want to push through it. I want to get there. This is actually looking nice. This is looking like a sexy fight. Okay, we're out of heal, but we got some cure spells left. Not out of the woods yet. We can still lose this from this position. He's a madman. Everybody lives to get the experience. Now I'm going to quick save again, and then we got to get out of here with the crown. Now that I know quick save is a thing. So usually quick save quits out of the game. Like, it's not meant to be like to save your state at all. Alright. Let's get the hell out of here. Kill some gargoyles on the way out. The preemptive was really the key. Getting the preemptive round, so we had a round to put Invis on... The problem with putting Invis on the third fighter was there's only a 12.5% chance that fighter is going to be selected as a target. I feel like we tried to escape in the preemptive round and failed there. Is that what happened? I thought you couldn't fail to run from a preemptive strike. Weird. Yeah, getting a preemptive round, which freed up one round to put invisibility on our lead fighter. We were able to front load our defenses rather than try to backload them. And then we still had to get some lucky rolls on Wizard, who they decided to target, and whether they got criticals and things. Alright, let's go video games! Happy about that. And I can use this to heal back up everybody into the condom. Then we can save, like a hard save. And then we can go back to town and rest and maybe stock up on some stuff. Oh, I almost saved over... I gotta be careful not to do that. It defaulted to this slot. That's awful. That would have been... I'd have been very sad if that had happened to me. I've heard conflicting reports on whether Astos is susceptible to being silenced in this version. If we can silence him, it's just a matter of landing the silence before he kills us, and then we win. We need to buy some more antidotes. I'm not going to buy any of the rest of this stuff just yet. We'll do our treasure hunting first after Astos. You get poisoned a lot, especially in the early game. Poison kind of falls off kind of after you leave the newbie area here. Like, once you get past, like, the Earth Cave, there's a lot less poison in the game, I feel like. It's also easier to land poison on very low-level characters. Like, there's a lot of monsters late in the game that can poison, they just don't when they connect with their attacks because your stats are now better. You know, we'll kill these guys. Oh, no, we won't. I didn't buy a sleeping bag. No, sleeping bags only restore health, not magic points. They're functionally tents from the original. Alright, can Astos be silencioed? Walking diagonal looks wrong, but it feels so right. Dead! And that's it. Now it's one hit, one damage from now until the end of time. He's spamming that death spell, man. He loves it. We got a critical hit on him, though. So Astos has, on the NES version, he has 8 different spells he can cast, and he has to cast them in order. So he has to cast Death, then Slow, then I think Haste, then he can cast Fire 2, then Lightning 2. But he has to go through the whole list before he repeats. He can't just cast one spell over and over again. So Astos is much harder in this version because he can just cast his most dangerous spells repeatedly. I mean, the skull used to be inside of a terribly blurred and artifacted head. It makes sense. Dead. We also want to see some critical hits come out before... Oh, he can. He's been silenced. He can be silenced. What up, cuz? So I think we win now. This is going to take a minute. He's going to waste every round. Unless silence wears off. If silence wears off, we might be in trouble. Again. If silence is permanent, then I think we got this. He does have a regular attack, but as you can see, unless he's hasted, it doesn't do a lot of damage. And I have protect that I can put up to prevent it from sticking. Like, he's going to have difficulty hitting my fighters, and when he does, he's going to do less damage to them. We're just buckling in for the long, long sandbag at this point. I think silence must be permanent. I feel like it would have worn off by now if it wasn't. So yeah, we got to win this 5 damage at a time, but we are going to win it. Hashtag feels good, man. Ooh, critical hit. Nice. I think we've seen him try to do all 8 of his spells, and we didn't get slowed, which is really nice. We did get silence off before he slowed anyone. Cool. Does it persist? I have no idea. I don't think so. It didn't in any previous version, so that would be a new addition to this game. Only poison persists. And petrification. Cool. I like it. We in there. Now we can do some treasure hunting and get some real equipment. The next 2 bosses are undead, so we'll have Dia spells for them. Oops, gotta go around this river. Here's what I want to happen, okay? Final Fantasy IV comes out later this month. Final Fantasy V comes out the month after. Final Fantasy VI the month after. After Final Fantasy VI come out, I want them to announce Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, and 10 pixel remasters. All 4 of those games done in 16-bit style sprites. And now all of you want that too now. Be honest. Be honest with yourself. You want the same thing. I'm going to do my revival in Cornelia because that's way less expensive. Should be smooth sailing from here on. Like, we're gonna roll up into the vampire and the lich fight with Dia spells. We might have to deal with some more Pisco demons in the Earth Cave, but we only have to get through 1 floor at a time. But yeah, we are over the hump. That was the hardest part of the game. I don't think we're going to see any other real leg breakers until Chaos. Yeah, you have to draw a big 16-bit overworld for Spira. You'd have to keep with... It's just what I want out of life, man. You wish to resurrect Hubert? Which one? There's so many. So are we just from the land of Huberts? Oops, all Huberts? I'm going to save my Gil for level 5 magic, I think. And let's put a different Hubert in front, so one Hubert doesn't fall like a full level behind in experience. Alright, let's go see a man about a witch. I don't think the battle music sounds cheery. I think it sounds like action-packed. It sounds like vibrant. Adventuresome. I'm not worried about the aura spells because I'll be able to cast the null spells. If I know a boss is going to spam fire, I'll just put up null fire. Then what are they going to do? Have your eye. Can I have a zap potion, please? Thank you. It's like, do I want to go down and get the silver armlet, though? I don't think so, because we can just buy one in Melman, I believe. Got that third scimitar hit. So yeah, if we had just leveled up, what level are we now? 11. We'd had 8. We were level 8. 9. If we'd done 3 level ups, that Pisco Demon fight would be a lot smoother now, just because we've got 3 hits on that sword now. In terms of actual weapons, though, I don't think any weapon we could buy is better than the scimitar, because every weapon we could buy has less accuracy. But, like, as soon as we hit level 11 and got that third hit on the scimitar, we would have been better off switching back to the scimitar from whatever more powerful weapon we had, until you hit the weapons like the Rune Sword, the Weir Sword, which in the NES version you could get silver swords, which were as powerful as those. So on the NES version, that's one way you could make sure to win that Pisco Demon fight, is just buy a silver sword. It's not a roadblock at all, you just need to get 4,000 gil. I think it just started raining outside. It's gonna get wet. Ya boy! Broadsword has the same hit chance but less crit. Scimitar is probably still better then, because the critical hits are really what you want to do to go ahead. I mean, I'd have to sit down and do like an actual statistical analysis, and obviously I'm not going to do that, but in my experience with previous versions of the game, Scimitar is basically still the way to go. No, don't put on a mithril. That's not yours. Alright, now we go put that Diara to use up here. The wolves are beginning to flee, sire. Yeah, there's a lot of broken stuff in the NES version. So, in case you are curious, you can go to the Final Fantasy Randomizer website, and there's a setting for, like, don't randomize anything, but just fix the bugs. And then you can play the NES version with all the bugs fixed, if you were so inclined. I want to hit the inn before we go up there. Was there level 4 magic that I wanted? Yes, there's null... the next null spell. That's black magic. I'm just going to open the door and let all their AC out. There's nothing that uses ice magic against you, though. Like, what enemies can even hit you with ice magic? I think level 4 is just a bust. The other consideration is, in a usual party, you've got access to black magic. And the reason to use scimitars over other weapons is other weapons are just expensive. And gold is at a real premium, and you want to spend all the money you can on black magic at this point in the game. I mean, I'll buy Poisona eventually, just not right now. I want to keep my money on hand for level 5 magic. We're going to want Diaga and other level 5 spells. I know that we're going to have many heal spells up here because we need these Diara spells to wipe out mummies. I love the animation on the Dia spells. They look real nice. Oh yeah, don't paralyze Hubert, please. Hubert's the MVP of this fight for sure. There's a new sword. So this is a pretty good early game power leveling spot, but in the other versions, but you're limited to one fight per box now. In the NES version and the subsequent releases, these were spiked squares. You could step on them as much as you want and fight these mummies over and over again. As long as you've got Harm 2 or Fire 2, whatever they're called in that version that you're playing. Okay, that's looted. Yeah, I think we're just going to buy a silver armlet, because I don't feel like going all the way down into the Marsh Cave again. Oh, we're using Diara on ogres now. Light them up! We don't even get the animation for it. Yeah, we'll fight these guys. We might have to buy 4 antidotes after the fight, but... I think you can buy those in Crescent Lake, yeah. Which isn't super early, because you can sail there as soon as the canal blows. Ambushed by these guys? How are they fighting me with only 1 foot on the deck? It's like they're playing the world's worst game of Twister. We do not fear sharks anymore. In fact, the shark tried to run away and couldn't. What a jerk. Actually, I wonder if they've balanced morale in this game to the point where fear is useful. Should we buy the fear spell and try it out here and there? Because the white mage can't, like, destroy big packs of enemies, but maybe she can make them want to run away. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll buy Fear and... Like, we don't have anything else to use a level 4 spell slot on. Sleep well, Saruka. I'll just live with Optimum for now, I think. Not the Power Staff, though. We want that. We want to sell that nerd. So there's going to be a lot of just big monster packs we don't have a good answer for. Of course, she could also just use the same turn casting Thundara for free eventually. And we don't get experience or gold for enemies that run away. But like packs like this, we could throw a fear out and see if any work gets done. Need an auto run button in these games. It's very surprising they don't have auto run. Seems like just across the board they've made the rarest enemies in a dungeon a little more common, or a lot more common in the case of werewolves here and scorpions in the Marsh Cave. Cool, Hubert hit the one thing she was going to be able to one-shot in this fight. Werebuster actually seemed to work against that werewolf. Interesting. I've always just figured the white mage is a lady type because I'm a sexist prick, and I have been ever since I was 10 years old. There's really nothing to say what gender any of your characters are. They can be whatever gender you want. Where am I going? Dwarf Cave. Oh, I wanted to go buy that fear spell. Let's go buy level 4 magic. We won't have to go back to Elfland for a while. Alright, Hubert got her second hit. Alright, buckle in. This fight's gonna take a minute. Fighter, 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 white mage. Thanks, Gilgabots. Just think, it was only an hour ago we were resetting against Pisco Demons, and now look at us. 4 Pisco Demons wouldn't do anything to us now. Look how far we've come. I don't need the inn. I just need to... I probably do need a spot heal, though. Alright, we can sell a hammer, rapiers, scimitars. Don't need this knife, don't need this staff. I'm gonna equip that. I don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. There, I bought Null Frost. Let's just fill out the spell list. We might as well. This would have been the perfect fight to try out Fear. In the NES version, it is technically possible, as in programmatically possible, to get Chaos to run away from you. It can be done. You have a 1 in 256 chance of landing the Fear spell on him, which lowers an invisible morale stat that all monsters have. And you have to cast it on him repeatedly. And if you land it enough, his morale stat will be low enough that he will run away from you. However, I don't think anybody has ever done it in a real run of the game, like without save states or luck manipulation or something. Although the same thing that allows Fear to work on him 1 out of 256 casts also allows stuff like Break and Bio to work on him. So you might as well just kill him with those spells if you're going to do it. Blow up the land, my friend. I've only seen it done as like a proof of concept. Like using save states and reloading the rounds where the spell doesn't stick. It wouldn't be a strategy to use in like a white mage solo run or something. Like that's not how you kill chaos in that circumstance. All right. We only have 4,000 bucks. Which I don't think is enough for a silver armlet, but I did buy all the items we're going to need for a little while. Oh, I'm missing a level. I never bought Kira. I'm gonna go get Kira. What am I doing with my life? I didn't have enough money for it the first time I bought level 3 magic. That boy tried to flee anyway. Like, he was trying to get out of there. I feel like most times we try to cast Fear are gonna go like that, though. Like, we'll just kill the guy before he has a chance to run away. This would be a prime Fear fight if we can get it to stick. Nobody is scarier than Hubert. That missed a lot. And they're still not running. So you'd have to cast it multiple times in one battle, probably. So there we go. We got it to stick against 4 Sahagins, and they still didn't run away. Okay, to Melmond. Using it on a pack of sorcerers feels like a bad waste of an action that could just be used to escape the sorcerers yourself. Maybe we should have gone down for that silver armlet, because we are pretty strapped for cash. I bought a lot of items, though. This is going to be just pretty much every battle in the game. We can take out 3 monsters per round. It's better than you can do in a solo run. You got 1 monster per round. And sometimes 4 monsters if Hubert's feeling up to it. In the NES version, you can make anything run. Unrunnable only counts for your heroes. Yeah, in the NES version, with enough application of the spell, you can make anything run away. We need to buy a silver armlet before we do anything else. I need 4,000 bucks. I bet we have it if we go kill the vampire and come back. Like, I want to point something out to you, though. Like, okay, the vampire attacked the town, and, like, it's a crap hole. But that does not excuse the cobweb, lady. Get a broom. Clean up your inn. Get a mop. This place is a rat hole. The vampire didn't come inside the inn. He can't unless you invite him. What if he did? What if he's like, whoa, I hang this cobweb here. And then the cobweb's just there for all the rest of time. I only used the Zozo Melmond for the first time a couple of weeks ago. Actually, I used the Zozo Melmond, but then I used a setting that, like, instead of Melmond being destroyed, it picks a random town to be destroyed. So actually, like, one of the... I think Provoca was my Melmond or something. I had a different town that was all ruined. Nourish him with the $50 Big Boy Kupo chat. Thank you, my friend. I don't know that I approve of you just running around shouting pooter at everybody. I feel like we might have to report you to the authorities. But much appreciated. Ooh, trolls. Yeah, you know, we're going to fight some trolls. We got lots of healing. Your bank thought that I was a fraudulent Russian scam. Was that it? Wait a minute. Who's this Brick Road guy stealing all of Narisham's money? And even if they were, like, spiders only have like 10 hit points, so just get the broom works either way. You clean down the thing and then. Yeah, see, when I play randomizers, like I have to have, I kind of develop my own preferred flag sets. Like I have my settings that I like, and I don't like playing other settings. Like a lot of randomizers have a setting for it's random whether this setting is on or off. Like the Varia randomizer for Super Metroid, you can set that for anything in the game. It's random what this setting is on or off. So part of your run is figuring out which like flags are on. But I don't like to do that either. I like to just have my settings. Alright, so they're all just random Pisco demons running around on the next floor, but I do not fear them. I don't fear Ogre Chiefs either, but I also kind of want to make them run away from me. So this is like the 4th or 5th battle that we're trying to cast Fear, and we have yet to see a monster run away because of it. And this one didn't either. What a bad spell. It's just a bad spell, you guys. Maybe if you have multiple white mages all casting it in one round, the morale gets low enough that you can get out of an otherwise bad fight. Yeah, we completed Final Fantasy III a few hours ago. And then we started playing this, and I didn't update my stream information. Ooh, they drop gold needles in this version still. Nice. Move it. Ambushed! They're trying to get revenge for their fallen companion. Alright, calm down, Pisco demons. Let's, we're all friends here. I do have a couple Phoenix Downs that I bought. Yes, intelligence scales spell damage. It seems like Black Mage has the most intelligence. Red Mage and White Mage have about the same amount. Is it this room I want to go in with the one box? Yeah. Only box worth picking up in the Earth Cave on your first pass through. So if you have a Black Mage and a Red Mage in the party, the Black Mage is notably better at dealing damage. Also, healing magic scales with intelligence as well. So a Black Mage using a heal staff will be better than a White Mage using a heal staff because the Black Mage has more intelligence. Red Mage is very weak in this game compared to the other characters. Oh, wait, I can use my level 4 magic here. Whee! Ambushed. I love these remasters so far. This is our second run of Final Fantasy 1. We used the Final Fantasy V Fiesta guy to randomly pick my party, and he gave me the most hilarious party ever. We just finished up Final Fantasy III earlier tonight, and it's fantastic. Really looking forward to 4, 5, and 6 now. I would use Diara here. All it's gonna take. We'll have Diaga for Lich. Horrible. Alright, let's get out of here. What about 2? That's an excellent question. I haven't played it. I don't plan to in the near future because I don't like Final Fantasy 2. I have it on the Steam list. It's sitting there, staring me in the face, uninstalled. Maybe someday. I have friends who have played it, and they say they like it. There are changes from previous versions of Final Fantasy 2, so it has a different feel and flavor to it. If you're familiar with previous versions, this one might feel a little different in some ways, but I am not yet qualified to articulate what those ways are specifically. They didn't remove the monster closets, which is what I care about the most. Two hits, 9 damage. Woo! Hubert's in there. Hubert, by the way, you have a button to give your characters random names at the name entry screen. It's the same list for Final Fantasy 1 and 3. And it assigned my Black Mage Hubert. And it's the best name out of the whole list. So we've had Hubert in all of our runs so far, and now it's just, oops, all Huberts. We come from the land of Huberts to light the magic crystals again. And someday, we will return to the land of Huberts, for the Hubert is inside. What is this fight? Can't have 6 ogres on one screen? That's nonsense. Bust out a heal real quick. So in the NES version and the Dawn of Souls and every previous version of Final Fantasy 1 I'm aware of, you can't have more than 4 ogres at a time because they physically won't fit on screen. You just can't have 4 of this size monster together. So this is just nonsense that I'm looking at here. Yeah, it's the Shrek gang. Like, they're all here. Except for Donkey and the princess and that dragon and the cat. Like, only Shrek and his clones are here. Everybody else is still at home. I wouldn't want to fear these guys. These are good. This is walking around experience. Like, I just have this. Like, that's just free numbers for my... Ooh, I didn't want to come this way. Whoops. Again with this! Didn't know all the boys were here. My goodness. I mean, yeah, the first run of the game I came in here with a red and black mage, so I could have just thrown fire spells at it and won in one round, probably. Okay. No more level 1 magic for anybody. Ogres are like pinatas because when you bust them open, there's prizes inside. Prizes and guts. There's also guts inside. This bat is just in my way. Why is there a hill Gigas way down here in this cave? Shouldn't he be outside on a hill? I'm just asking questions here, people. Just trying to get to the bottom of this. It does almost feel like when it rains, it pours. Like if you get an encounter, you're likely to get the same encounter shortly after. We've seen that with scorpions in the Marsh Cave, and then with those Gigas fights here, and like the back-to-back ogres. It does feel like if you get an encounter, so there might still be some sort of encounter list the game is looking at. And it's possible to roll the same encounter, or maybe even slightly more likely than chance to roll the same encounter more than once in a row. Preemptive strike. Kind of an obnoxious fight to win, but we're here. Might as well do it. See, again, with this, back-to-back tarantulas, even across the screen transition. I would love to read a breakdown of how the encounter system works in this remaster, because it's totally different from the original, every version of the original game. I'm out of Diara. Oh, I'm out of Dia, too. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to run from this, then. Or not. Oh, we're just going to sit here and walk in place for a minute like a bunch of schnooks. Here we go. Ran through the tree to get out of this fight. He's got a very toned buttocks on the back of him. Toned rock buttocks. This is the part of the game where we're really going to feel not having any area attacks. We have to fight 8 of these things over and over. Alright, helm. I think I want the axe, though. Yeah, I'd rather have the axe. So this is a case where, yeah, I'm losing 3 points of attack, but I'm also losing accuracy, and having 30 accuracy versus 34 is very different, because 34 puts me over the hit threshold, whereas 30 does not. And same thing for all these other weapons, I'm sure. Should have used a tent before, once I got out of the earth cave, to store some charges. Preemptive strike. Sure. Surprised to see a Black Widow over here. That's a very early game monster. We're way far away from their home base. Alright, give me the thing. Oh. Alright, buckle in. We'll just live here for a minute. If Hubert gets a big hit with that hammer, we can win the fight this round. If not, not big enough, Hubert. Not big enough. Gules. All right, do I have... Oh yeah, I got lots of money now. So I can get... I want all of these, actually. Ugh, I wish I could get all of these. I guess life is the least useful, because everybody... You know what? Everybody has life, technically, because everybody can just use a Phoenix down. So let's buy the other three. There's really no benefit to having life as a spell. Never noticed how circular Melman's walls are. I have one cast of Diaga when I get to Lich. Alright, I think that's going to do it for tonight. Seems like a good place to save, it being midnight and what all. I don't think I've got anything going on the rest of the week, so we'll probably just finish this up tomorrow. And then we should make plans on getting back to the almost perfect save, I guess. Alright, thanks for watching, guys. Peace out, and sleep well.